Chapter 1765. Qing Shen. Behind her, a group of monster powerhouses rushed over, their faces filled with anger. The ancestral land was the last pride of the monster race. Even in the ancient times, when they were ruled by the remnants of the ancient times, they made a promise not to let the others step into the ancestral land. But now this pride was broken. Qing Shen raised a hand to stop them from speaking. I have made my decision. You can leave. The monster powerhouses retreated with hatred. They knew that Qing Shen did this to protect the monster race. Qing Shen said, "Patriarch, where are you going?" The patriarch turned around. Sect Master Qin, it's your turn. Qin, you stepped forward, this direction. As for where exactly, we will know when we get there. Qing Shen glanced at the only sword cultivator in the world. She didn't underestimate him just because he wasn't a true sovereign. The bottleneck of a sword cultivator crossed the world, cutting off the possibility of crossing the heavenly being gate. For countless years, countless geniuses died with hatred. The fact that the other could break through the bottleneck and become a peak existence in the sword cultivation system was enough to make people pay attention. Okay. She didn't say more and turned to lead the way. Since she had agreed, there was no need to be polite. The ancestral land of the monster race was larger than Yanran Mountain. It was the foundation of the monster race. From the outside, it was covered in fog and nothing could be seen. But from the inside, the 9 suns were above their heads, the sunlight shining down without any cover. In the ancestral land, the monster race had built many large cities. In each city lived a large number of monsters. They looked up with respect at Qing Shen, who was walking at the front. When it landed on Qin Yu and the others, it was a naked hostility that wasn't concealed at all. The Dongting Lord sneered, "A group of little things. How presumptuous! It seems that the monster race has forgotten who your master is." Qing Shen didn't look back. She said lightly, "The master of the monster race is only the monster race itself." She looked over. "Patriarch, don't forget your promise to me." The patriarch said, "Dongting Lord, please restrain yourself. Don't do anything that will embarrass me." The Dongting Lord coldly snorted. As they flew past one demon clan city after another and went deeper into the demon clan's ancestral land, Azure Deity, who was leading the way, subconsciously frowned. She looked at Qin Yu. Sect Master Qin hasn't arrived yet. If they went any further, they would enter the depths of the ancestral land. Even the demons that lived here could not enter easily. Qin Yu said, "We must continue forward." Qing Shen's frown deepened. "Grandmaster Qin, can you tell me what you're looking for?" Qin Yu shook his head. The group continued on their way. Half an hour later, a gigantic demon city appeared in front of the crowd. It was located in a valley between 2 mountains. Because the city was so big, it gave off a feeling that the 2 mountains behind it were covered. The dark green demonic aura was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. It soared into the sky and covered the sky. Swish, swish with the sound of breaking air, for greater fiends flew out of the city. Every one of them surged with extremely powerful fiend chi. Half-step sovereign realm. A dignified look appeared in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. This was probably what they meant when they said that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the monster race wasn't as glorious as their ancestors, their background couldn't be underestimated. In this city in front of them, there were actually 4 half-emperors. In terms of boundary alone, each one was similar to Qin Yu. "Greetings, Azure Deity." The 4 half-emperors bowed. Azure Deity nodded. "There are honored guests visiting. I will personally accompany them. You may return." The 4 half-emperors revealed awkward expressions. One of them stepped forwards and bowed. "Azure Deity, Heaven Devil City is deep within the ancestral land. Those not of my race are not allowed to take half a step inside. This is the teachings of the monster race's ancestors." Another half-emperor said, "That's right. I ask Azure Deity to lead the honored guests away. There is no need to go any further." Azure Deity frowned. He turned and looked at Chinyu. Chinyu shook his head. "I'm sorry, but the place I want to go is over there." He lifted a hand and pointed towards the 2 mountains behind the city. "How insolent!" A half-emperor angrily shouted. "Heaven Devil Mountain is the burial ground of all the great monsters of my monster race. How dare you blaspheme it?" He took a step forwards, and a powerful fiend, Chi, crashed down. Chinyu frowned. With a sword cry, the mountain and river sword instantly appeared. The suppressed fiend Chi was directly released. Shwa! The sword peak stopped in front of the half-emperor monster. It didn't truly cut down, but between his eyebrows, the flesh and blood ruptured and blood gushed out. Even his bones could be seen. Chinyu had no expression. "I can tolerate the first time, but if there is a second time, then die!" He lifted his hand, and the mountain and river sword instantly vanished. This scene made the Lord of Dongting twitch the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chinyu with a bit of dread in his eyes. This was only a half-emperor. In particular, he could easily suppress a monster half-emperor. But Chinyu's sword was too fast, and his aura was too sharp, making him feel threatened. And if Chinyu could threaten him, that was enough to prove that Chinyu had enough strength to make him take him seriously. "Draw back!" Azure Deity was enraged. With a flick of his sleeves, the 4 half-emperors were sent back to Heaven Devil City. "Sect Master Qin, I am truly sorry. It was I who failed to control them. I thank Sect Master for showing mercy. The world's only sovereign realm sword cultivator truly lived up to his reputation." Chinyu said, "Azure Deity, let's continue on our way." Azure Deity nodded. "All right." She lifted a hand, and monster energy condensed in the air, forming a flying boat. "Everyone, in order to avoid alerting the monster spirits of Heaven Devil Mountain, please board the flying boat with me." Everyone boarded the flying boat made of monster energy. Azure Deity stepped on the ground, and the flying boat held away. Soon, they passed through Heaven Devil City and arrived at its base, in the canyon between the 2 mountains. As if sensing the aura of the flying boat, the 2 silent Heaven Devil Mountains suddenly began to boil with monster energy. The demonic chi in the surroundings surged and condensed into giant illusionary figures of demonic beasts that charged at the flying vessel while roaring. But Heaven Devil Mountain clearly had a strong restraining ability towards them. Just as the great monster phantoms rushed out, they shattered and dissipated. Azure Deity explained, "Heaven Devil Mountain is the burial ground of my monster race's great monsters. It is both to rest in peace and to protect the safety of our ancestral land. Even ordinary monsters do not have the qualifications to pass through here." After a brief pause, she continued, "Once we pass through the mountain pass, we will truly enter the core region of the monster race's ancestral land. I do not know what you are planning to do, but I must remind you that there are some top secret areas that involve the foundation of the monster race that you cannot enter." Chinyu remained silent. The patriarch thought for a moment and said, "I also do not wish to have any conflict with the monster race. So, we can only wait until we find a place. What does Azure Deity think?" Azure Deity nodded. "All right." She looked at Chinyu and subconsciously frowned. She didn't know why, but when she faced Chinyu, she felt a bit restless. This was because of his sword, but it wasn't just because of his sword. There had to be some secret on this person's body. Instinctively, Azure Deity felt a bit more dread and vigilance towards Chinyu. The flying boat passed through Heaven Devil Mountain. The great monster phantoms gradually calmed down, and everything returned to silence. Further ahead was a massive plain. Other than the massive stone steels, there was nothing else in this place. The master of Heaven Devil clearly knew something. He stared at the stone tablets and subconsciously licked his lips. He didn't hide his actions. When he licked his lips, the sound he emitted was particularly grating to the ears. Azure Deity's complexion instantly darkened. She coldly looked at him. Master of Heaven Devil, the monster spirits sleeping here are all supreme elders of my monster race. When they were alive, each of them had made great contributions to the monster race. Even if I have no respect in my heart, I still hope that you can remain quiet and not make me change my mind. The Master of Heaven Devil sneered. Azure Deity, one day I will make you beg for mercy in front of me. Azure Deity's complexion became increasingly ugly. At this time, Chinyu said, "That's it." Seeing the direction he pointed, Azure Deity's complexion changed. Shwa! The flying boat stopped. The Patriarch frowned. Azure Deity, what is it? Azure Deity didn't answer. She looked at Chinyu. Sect Master Chin, are you sure it's that direction? Chinyu nodded. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Azure Deity said, I'm sorry, you cannot go that direction. The Master of Heaven Devil laughed. Azure Deity, are you deliberately playing with us? We've already come this far, and yet you change your mind at the last moment. His laughter faded. Beneath his black robes, his eyes were icy cold. Or do you think that after coming to the monster race's ancestral land, with these dead ghosts helping you, you can bargain with us? The Patriarch had no expression. Azure Deity, you must give me an explanation. Azure Deity shook her head. Without an explanation, we absolutely cannot go there. Chinyu furrowed his eyebrows. He could feel Azure Deity's firm will. It seemed that the location of the seal was indeed related to the monster race's secrets. Otherwise, it was impossible for Azure Deity, who had already compromised, to suddenly become so unyielding. The monster pool. The Master of Heaven Devil suddenly spoke up, his eyes blazing. He stared at Azure Deity, his voice shaking. The monster pool is actually here and not in the monster race's small heavenly passage. This is beyond this saint's expectations. Monster race, what a good monster race. They actually dared to play an empty fort strategy in front of the saints for so many years. They are truly fierce. Azure Deity stiffened. She didn't speak, but sometimes silence was the answer. She stared at the Master of Heaven Devil. Blue mist filled the air around her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Above the monster race's ancestral land, there was a loud, rumbling sound, as if it came from an endless distance. Even so, it still had the ability to penetrate the heart and reach the depths of one's mind. The earth shook. The gigantic stone steels that stood on the ground began to tremble. It was like a monster spirit that had been slumbering underground was about to awaken. The Patriarch frowned. His eyes were gloomy as he looked at Chinyu. Chinyu nodded at him. This was troublesome. It was actually the monster pool. The Patriarch naturally knew how important the monster pool was to the monster race. It was just like how the identity of a spirit of destiny was to a race. It was the foundation of the entire race. No wonder Azure Deity's attitude suddenly changed and she became so unyielding. When it came to the monster pool, there was no way she would back down. The Master of Heaven Devil roared. Patriarch, there is no need to speak nonsense. The monster race will not back down. Our only choice now is to kill them all. Bang! The aura of the ancient remnant broke out from his body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Above his head, a soul-piercing rumbling sound suddenly rose up. Kacha! Kacha! The earth shattered. Giant fissures appeared one after another. Within the deep blue, there was a trace of grayish-white and dark monster energy that surged out. Grotesque hands that were so badly rotten that bones could be seen grabbed the edges of the fissures and dragged themselves out from the depths of the earth. These powerful figures of the monster clan, who have been dead for many years, awaken again. They look up at the Dongting and roar angrily. At this moment, the entire monster race's ancestral land was boiling with monster energy. The Patriarch cursed inwardly, wishing he could slap the Master of Heaven Devil away. Don't think that he couldn't guess what this idiot was thinking. The monster pool was something that the ancient immigrants had always wanted. As long as they could devour and refine it, it would be enough to help an ancient remnant break through to the peak of the Emperor realm. There was even a chance that they could reach the Eternal Realm. Otherwise, why would the Master of Heaven Devil work so hard and start a fight at the slightest disagreement? Wait! The Patriarch roared and glared at the Master of Heaven Devil. Qing Shen, everything can be discussed. I didn't come here today to start a war with the monster race. Qing Shen stepped forward, and the demonic flying boat instantly dissipated. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind, and blue mist surged around her. The existence of the monster pool is the foundation of the monster race. Now there are only two choices. Swear not to leak this matter and leave immediately. Or, all of you will stay here forever. She was resolute and left no room for negotiation. The Patriarch's face darkened completely, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The Master of Heaven Devil said coldly, I said that they can't back down when it comes to the monster pool. We have to fight. He glanced at the Patriarch and Qin Yu. If the three of us join forces, we will have the combat strength of 3 Emperor Realm experts. It's enough to wipe out the monster race. At this moment, the sky above them rumbled, and a full moon suddenly appeared. The bright blue moonlight, quiet and mysterious, quietly sprinkled down. On the ground, the rotten corpses of the monster experts immediately quieted down. But at the same time, the breath on their bodies became more dangerous and terrifying. In their empty eye sockets, blood-colored flames ignited. Demon Moon. The Master of Heaven Devil screamed and suddenly raised his head. He stared at the blue moon above his head, and his face was full of shock. Impossible. You died in the war that year. In the blue moon, a figure emerged. She stepped forward, and her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her dreamy face was calm. The true moon still exists in the world, and I will eventually return from the river of time. Master of Heaven Devil, long time no see. The moment her voice fell, the Master of Heaven Devil screamed. The surging black water around him sizzled as if someone had put a red-hot iron in it. At this moment, the Demon Moon had already arrived in front of Qing Shen. Qing Shen turned around and slightly bowed her head to salute. The Demon Moon said, You are very good. She looked over. Clan leader, did you come today to destroy the monster race? The clan leader's face was ashen, and his expression was extremely solemn. He cupped his hands together and said, What happened today was all a misunderstanding. I guarantee that no one will know about the demon pool. If you have no other requests, Yaoyue, we will leave now. Qin Yu's heart shook. He raised the threat level of this demon moon to the highest. The clan leader was at the peak of the Emperor realm, but he was so afraid of her. Just who was she in the monster race? The Demon Moon said yes. The clan leader said, Please speak. Demon Moon raised a finger. I am very curious. How did a sword cultivator find the monster pool? He wants to stay here. Qin Yu's brow furrowed. The clan leader took a deep breath and shook his head. Demon Moon, Sect Master Qin is our clan's honored guest, and the only Emperor Realm sword cultivator in the world. Even His Majesty Emperor Qin values him greatly, so I cannot agree to this request. Let's find another one. Demon Moon looked at Qin Yu. Has a sword cultivator fallen to this level? He's just a mere half-emperor. She shook her head. Forget it. Let's find another one. She stays. Her finger fell on 327. Swoosh. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. The clan leader frowned. After a moment of silence, he nodded. All right. He turned around and said, 327. It is your fortune that Lord Demon Moon has taken a liking to you. Stay here and serve her. 327 stepped forward and bowed. Yes. Wait a moment. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Clan leader, you've already agreed to leave 327 to me. The clan leader said in a low voice, Sect Master Qin, Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Let 327 stay here. We will leave now." The lord of the cave finally stopped screaming, but his eyes were still filled with fear when he looked at Demon Moon. He shouted, "Chinyu, don't drag us down with you if you want to die. Leave this little girl behind and let's leave." He was afraid. This was because Demon Moon was the only true emperor of the monster race who didn't fear the ancient remnants. In fact, due to some kind of mutation, she had developed an extremely powerful counter to the bloodline of the ancient remnants. She was an existence that had once hunted down an ancient Emperor Realm remnant by herself. It was because of this that the ancient remnants plotted to have her perish in the Great War against the human cultivators. But now, Demon Moon had been resurrected. She had returned. How could the lord of the cave not be afraid? Chinyu was expressionless. His eyes were icy cold. "I will not agree." He lifted his hand, and the mountain and river sword fell into it. Bang! A dreadful sword aura erupted. His black robes billowed, and his face was firm. He grabbed 327 with his other hand and pulled her behind him. He was facing Demon Moon. Blue Deity's eyes fell on Chinyu, a bit of surprise in them. He clearly didn't think he would do this. He was only a junior. To that clan, death was only the beginning of a new life. Heaven opening sword sex Chinyu. He was indeed someone who had broken through the bottleneck of a sword cultivator. He was truly extraordinary. The clan leader was both shocked and angry. He didn't know what madness Chinyu was going through, but there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that nothing could happen to Chinyu. Otherwise, there would be no need to think about the ruined body of the Eternal Realm, and the situation of that clan would instantly worsen. The clan leader clenched his teeth and took a step forwards. He said in a low voice, "Demon Moon, please show mercy. I am willing to compensate the monster race in other aspects." The cave lord's eyes widened as he looked at Chinyu. There was only a single thought in his mind. This bastard, he really didn't fear death. For the first time, Demon Moon seriously looked at Chinyu. Her lips curled up in a nearly imperceptible smile. "Interesting. Although your boundary is a bit lacking, your temper is very similar to a sword cultivator's. You are impulsive and brainless, and you don't care about the consequences. You only know how to advance with your sword. I like it very much. So, I have decided to give you a chance. As long as you can withstand one of my strikes, you can take her away from here. Otherwise, both of you can stay here." Chapter 1766. The Patriarch said, "Sect Master Qin, don't be impulsive. Moon Yaoyue's strength far surpasses your imagination." His eyes fell on 327. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and persuade Sect Master Qin." 327 sniffed and respectfully bowed. "Sect Master Qin, I appreciate your good intentions. For Lord Moon Yaoyue to take a liking to me is indeed my good fortune. I ask that you not interfere in this matter again." The daunting master shouted out, "Chinyu, you heard her. She is willing to stay, so don't make a mistake." Moon Yaoyue faintly smiled. "Chinyu, right? You still have a chance to choose. Otherwise, I will take it as you acquiescing this month." Blue Deity was silent. He looked over. Chinyu stepped forward. He raised his sword. "Moon Yaoyue, please instruct me." Sect Master Qin. 327 was anxious. "I said that I am willing to stay, but you don't want to." Chinyu didn't look back. He calmly said, "Since I asked for you, then your matters can only be decided by me." "Good." Moon Yaoyue clapped her hands. The blue moon above her head shined with a blinding light. An invisible repulsive strength instantly exploded outwards. Blue Deity's feet moved. His figure was as ethereal as a shadow as he drew backwards. The daunting master turned and ran. If it weren't for Moon Yaoyue not saying anything, he would have fled this place already. From afar, he looked at Chinyu's back and cursed inwardly. Madman, this madman. He actually dared to use his sword against Moon Yaoyue. He likely didn't know how to write the word death. The clan leader frowned. Invisible energy rippled around him as he stood in place. He hesitated. Moon Yaoyue looked up. Her eyes fell down. Patriarch, do you also want to participate? Of course, I will give you the chance this month. The patriarch's mind shrank. He stomped his feet and rapidly drew backwards. Sect Master Qin, you're on your own. He didn't want to take the risk of fighting Moon Yaoyue. This place was the ancestral land of the monster race. For a monster, true sovereign, this was a great increase in strength. Moreover, the patriarch was well aware of just how terrifying Moon Yaoyue was. She had once chased down 3 ancient true sovereigns by herself, causing 1 to die and 2 to be severely wounded. Now that Yao Yu had been resurrected, who knew what level his strength had reached? Sword cultivators were indeed impulsive and brainless. Qin Yu, you've misled me. The patriarch of the clan wore an extremely unpleasant expression. He was not optimistic about the outcome of the battle. Moon Fiend sneered and looked at Qin Yu, the only Emperor Realm sword cultivator in the world. I wonder if there will be another after today. She raised her hand and slapped it forward. She did it very casually, not revealing the slightest bit of her aura. However, as her palm fell, the space instantly distorted. In the blink of an eye, an invisible wave hurtled towards Qin Yu. It seemed ordinary, but the feeling this distorted space gave Qin Yu was like a gaping maw. Hidden within were countless ferocious fangs. All it would take was an instant for them to tear him to pieces. Bang! With a heavy step, the mountain and river sword in Qin Yu's hand heavily slashed down. There was no way to retreat, and they could not retreat. Dazzling sword light erupted, and a dreadful sword aura condensed into a single point. No one noticed that the meridians beneath Qin Yu's left hand suddenly bulged out. It was as if there was a talisman inscribed on each of his palms. Hum! The mountain and river sword hummed. Qin, you could feel the excitement it emitted. In the next moment, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. A terrifying shock wave instantly erupted, sweeping out in all directions. Interesting. Moon Fiend's eyes were deep. She glanced at Qin Yu and then turned and stepped onto the moon. You can leave. Do not tell anyone about what happened today. Qin Yu's complexion was pale. The web between his thumb and index finger had split open and blood dyed the blade red. He glanced at Moon Fiend, who had stepped onto the moon and then turned to leave. The patriarch's pupils shrank. He hurried to catch up. Hum! The mountain and river sword trembled. The patriarch quickly stopped. Sect Master Qin, I didn't mean anything else. I just couldn't do anything in that situation just now. Otherwise I would have angered Moon Fiend, and it would have been difficult for us to escape. Qin Yu nodded. I am well aware of the patriarch's difficulties, but I am in a poor state right now, so I ask that the patriarch doesn't mind. The patriarch nodded. Sect Master Qin can rest in peace. He drew back several steps and glanced at 327. 327 hurried forwards. Sect Master Qin, I will support you. Qin Yu nodded. Thank you. Shua, Blue Deity's figure appeared in front of them. She said, I will send you off. She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. The flying boat broke through the skies and flew away. Qin Yu sat at the stern of the boat. 327 was beside him, a look of worry on his face that was difficult to conceal. Blue Deity sat at the bow of the boat, her eyes slightly closed. The Lord of the Dongting sect glanced at the patriarch. The patriarch frowned and slowly shook his head. Humph! The Lord of the Dongting sect frowned, dissatisfaction in his eyes. The flying boat didn't stop. It soon flew out of the monster race's ancestral land and arrived at the edge of the basin. Blue Deity opened her eyes and dispersed the flying boat. Everyone, please. The patriarch cupped his hands together. I've troubled you. Please inform Moon Fiend that I will keep my word. The lord of the Dongting sect had a gloomy expression, not speaking. He feared Moon Fiend, but he didn't fear Blue Deity. Qin Yu was supported up by 327. Blue Deity, please report back to Moon Fiend. After I break into the true sovereign realm, I will definitely come back to ask for guidance. Good. Blue Deity glanced at him and then vanished from sight. The lord of the Dongting sect sneered. Qin Yu, don't think that just because you can block Moon Fiend's attack, you are qualified to regard her as your target. Humph. She is almost invincible. Qin Yu said lightly, that's my business. Lord of the Dongting sect doesn't need to worry about it. The patriarch raised his hand to stop the lord of the Dongting sect from continuing to speak. Okay, stop talking. He thought for a moment and continued. Lord Qin, can you still go? Otherwise, I'll stand guard here for you while you recover from your injuries. Qin Yu shook his head. No need. I will go first. Let's talk about the monster race's ancestral land later. He reached out his hand and grabbed 327. Swoosh! With the sound of breaking the air, he turned into a sword shadow and flew away instantly. Patriarch, the lord of the Dongting sect, shouted in a low voice. The patriarch shook his head. Now it's not the right time. A great opportunity is right in front of you. Once you miss it, you will definitely regret it. The lord of the Dongting sect walked back and forth angrily. The patriarch didn't explain. You go with me. He flicked his sleeves and wrapped up the lord of the Dongting sect. The two disappeared instantly. The sword cultivator tore through the air with extreme speed. Seeing Qin Yu's pale face, 327 was on the verge of tears. She didn't know why she was so sad. Qin Yu glanced at her and smiled. Don't worry, I'm fine. 327 looked away and wiped the corners of her eyes. I know. You are an Emperor Realm sword cultivator, Lord Qin. You will be fine. I was just blinded by the wind. Qin Yu smiled. I wasn't lying to you earlier. I said I would guarantee your safety, and I will do it. 327 said, Don't talk anymore. Take a rest, Lord Qin. Qin Yu nodded and closed his eyes. He wasn't putting on a brave front when he said he was fine. He really was fine. Back in the monster race's ancestral land, Moon Fiend had held back in her attack. Although Qin Yu looked like a mess on the surface, that was all. Why had Moon Fiend held back? Qin Yu closed his eyes and rested. The fingers on his left hand moved slightly. The monster race's ancestral land, the plains behind Mount Heavenly Monster. The resurrected monster race Supreme Elder's corpse had returned to slumber underground. The shattered earth had been restored and stone tablets were quietly erected. Shua, Blue Deity appeared in the air. She looked up at the skies. Moon Fiend, she softly said. Shua, the shadow of a moon appeared above her head. Moon Fiend walked out. Blue Deity, you've worked hard to support the monster race all these years. This is what I should do. Blue Deity hesitated. Your condition? Moon Fiend had indeed resurrected, but it wasn't completely complete. Today, she had been forced to descend into the world on her own initiative. This would inevitably affect her. I'm fine. Moon Fiend smiled. As long as the true moon doesn't scatter, I will never perish. But today, I discovered something interesting. Blue Deity's eyes were calm. Qin Yu. Moon Fiend nodded. I knew I couldn't hide it from your eyes. This little fellow is very interesting. She thought for a moment. I'm going to have a chat with him. You stay here. Then she stepped out and vanished from sight. Swallow Mountain. If one wasn't a true sovereign, it was impossible to reach a place with a single thought. It took some time on the road. 327 said, I'll arrange it myself. Sect Master Qin, you should hurry and heal your wounds. Qin Yu nodded. I'm going. He turned and left. After adjusting his breathing, His injuries had basically recovered. Moreover, he had more or less figured out some things. In this world, there was no such thing as showing mercy for no reason. Qin Yu didn't think it was because he was too handsome. He was no different from an idiot. Thus, there had to be something else hidden in this matter. He decided to wait. If there really was an answer, then according to the current situation, it would soon be placed in front of him. Shua, his figure flashed. Without alerting anyone, Qin Yu returned to his dwelling. As the sect master, this place had been turned into a forbidden zone. Without Qin Yu's permission, no one could casually step into this place. Although Qin Yu had already expected this, he didn't think the answer would come so quickly. When he turned around, he saw that Moon Fiend had already appeared behind him. She was casually looking around. "Hey, Qin Yu, you are the only sovereign realm sword cultivator in this world. The place you live is a bit shabby." Her face was full of disdain. Qin Yu stiffened. He cupped his hands together and bowed. "Thank you, Your Excellency Moon Fiend, for showing mercy before." Moon Fiend waved her hand without turning her head. "No need. I didn't show mercy because of you." She turned, her eyes calm and earnest. She carefully looked Qin Yu up and down several times. "What is Your Excellency Moon Fiend looking at? How old are you? But no matter how I look at you, you are just an ordinary person. How could that person be so willing to spare you?" Qin Yu's complexion changed. The meaning behind these words was astonishing. Moon Fiend seemed to know about the seal beneath the demon pond, and this also explained why she had held back. The room fell silent. Moon Fiend's lips curled up. "You live very cautiously, and your mentality isn't bad. Even after I pointed out such an important matter, you can still barely maintain your calm." She tapped her fingers on the table and spat out a name. Bai Feifei. It was true. She wasn't trying to trick him. She really did know about this matter. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. "Yes, Big Sister Feifei has indeed reached an agreement with me. She wants you to help her find the other parts of her body." Moon Fiend sighed. She looked at Qin Yu with admiration in her eyes. "You brat, you really are bold. You even dare to do something like this. Do you not know what karma means?" Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Good courage." Moon Fiend gave him a thumbs up. "Just from your fearless personality, I have to give you a higher opinion. Tell me, what do you want to do?" She turned and sat down. "Let me remind you first. The monster race must take a share of this. Otherwise, I will absolutely not compromise." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. "Your Excellency Moon Fiend is willing to give up the demon pond." Moon Fiend said, "So what if I don't want to? Since it is by Fei's meaning is that there is no meaning in stubbornly blocking this matter. It will only cause the monster race to die faster, so it is better to simply state conditions." Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. "How can I trust you?" Moon Fiend rolled her eyes. "Are you stupid? Just because you are someone who cooperates with Bai Feifei, do you think I will betray you? Forget it. I have no interest in such a stupid matter." Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided to believe in Moon Fiend. This was because Bai Feifei hadn't expressed any objections, and this matter also involved her vital interests. If she didn't oppose, then that meant she tacitly agreed. This was also a kind of attitude. Of course, this belief was definitely a bit reserved. Qin Yu even suspected that Bai Feifei had secretly reached some sort of agreement with Moon Fiend. "Your Excellency Moon Fiend, the matter is like this. Qin Yu spoke of his deal with that clan. He would use the secrets of the Eternal Realm to exchange for that clan's destiny in order to help him break into the true Sovereign Realm. As for his true goal of scheming against that clan, he didn't mention anything at all." As he spoke, Qin Yu carefully observed Moon Fiend's reaction, trying to find some clues from her face, but he found nothing. That's all. Moon Fiend arched an eyebrow. Qin Yu, you aren't honest enough. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. His expression was calm. Everyone should keep a few secrets. I believe that Your Excellency Moon Fiend can also understand this. Moon Fiend coldly sneered. And if I don't understand, Qin Yu said, then I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but it's only a pity. Qin Yu gambled that since Moon Fiend had sensed by Feifei's existence, she wouldn't dare to act recklessly. And the change in her expression just now had Qin Yu feel a little more at ease. It was as if Moon Fiend didn't know Qin Yu's true goal. As for Bai Feifei, she had maintained her silence, not communicating with Moon Fiend at all. This was also a little strange. It seemed that their relationship was different from what he thought it was. This was good. Qin Yu was really worried that the two of them would join forces to scheme against him. That would be a true disaster. Humph. Moon Fiend coldly coughed. Qin Yu, I'll say it again. You are quite bold. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. This isn't what I wanted. I ask that you understand. 2 hours later, the two of them finished their conversation. Moon Fiend stood up, her face filled with emotion. You humans are truly full of twists and turns. She lifted a hand and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. Boy, we'll do as you say. But if I find out that you dared to scheme against the monster race, I guarantee that you will live in nightmares for the rest of your life. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Take care. Shua, Moon Fiend vanished from sight. Qin Yu stood up, a sharp light in his eyes. Although there had been some great waves, the result was better than he had expected. With Moon Fiend joining in, the entire plan was even more perfect. This time, the clan would find it difficult to escape this calamity. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. Before this, he had to think of a way to investigate the matter of 327. Recently, several events occurred in succession in the central, desolate, divine continent. First, a large-scale trading company was discovered to be secretly selling contraband goods and was sealed up overnight. The ones who did this were the various domain master manners of the Great Qin Empire. It was rumored that there were even half-emperors that had taken action. This was the only reason why they were able to do this so quickly and cleanly, not giving them the slightest chance to resist. Second, the Heavenspan sect suddenly announced that they would cancel the resources that the Watermoon sect, Mystic Spirit sect, Cloud Sky sect, and the other large and small sects had received over the years. There were rumors that this was because these sects had been secretly disrespectful to the Heavenspan sect. But not many people believed this. And third, the Great Qin army stationed at the Central Plains Mountain suddenly changed generals. More than 30 high-level generals were all transferred elsewhere. In addition, there were many others that didn't seem particularly large. Moreover, there wasn't any obvious connection between them. But as long as one knew some inside information, they would be able to see that the ultimate goal of these events was that clan. This was because everyone that had suffered a calamity recently was inextricably linked to them. This wasn't on the surface, but it wasn't a secret either. For a time, a storm filled the air. This was because this time the ones who had acted were the Great Qin Empire, as well as the #1 sect of the 4 great sects, the Heavenspan sect. This was the same as the Imperial Court and the sects, 2 super systems that had launched an attack at the same time. This caused everyone who thought that the sudden appearance of the Heavenspan sword sect's Qin Yu would stabilize the situation, to suddenly feel their hearts race. No one knew the reason, but without a doubt, once the Great Qin Empire and the Heavenspan sect took action, the clan would face imminent disaster. No one could resist them. The most direct result of all of this was that the pressure on that clan multiplied and their situation became much more difficult. It was said that the patriarch of that clan had smashed his cup because of this. Imperial Scholar, is this all we can do? Zhao Yuan respectfully asked. He had also gone to Skyfall Mountain. The reason he was able to come out alive was because the Imperial Scholar had saved his life. From then on, Zhao Yuan obeyed the old ancestor's orders and followed the Imperial Scholar. The Imperial Scholar smiled. That's enough. We don't really want to do anything. We just need to create an atmosphere. He turned and held his hands behind his back. As the saying goes, a broken drum is beaten by 10,000 people. Not beating it is a waste. There are many people that want that clan to suffer misfortune. We only need to start and then quietly watch the play. There had been countless deaths and injuries on Skyfall Mountain. Although it was their choice to fight for the great Tao, they should have been prepared to pay any price. But these words were just words and couldn't be taken seriously. There was no less resentment than there should be. It could be said that the hatred of the various influences towards that clan was at its most intense right now. Zhao Yuan nodded in understanding. He thought for a moment and said, "But that clan still has 2 true emperors guarding it, and the patriarch is an ultimate emperor realm powerhouse. In the face of the greater picture, all are ants." The imperial scholar faintly smiled. "It is time for that clan to move." Chapter 1767. Just then, the imperial advisor's eyes flashed and he waved his sleeves. Swish! Zhao Yuan was sent away. He turned around. The next moment, the space surged and the patriarch walked out. "Imperial advisor, my clan has always been respectful to the great Qin. Why do you have to be so aggressive?" The imperial advisor smiled. "What do you mean, patriarch? I don't quite understand." "Humph!" The patriarch bellowed. "Imperial advisor, there is no need to say such things in front of a wise man. I only have one question. Can you show mercy?" The imperial advisor said, "Please go back, patriarch." His attitude was straightforward. The patriarch's face darkened. "Imperial advisor, don't forget that there are 2 true emperors in our clan. Do you really want to turn the world upside down?" "Correction, there is only 1 true emperor in that clan." The imperial advisor looked calm. Qin Yu of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect has other choices. Even if he doesn't want to change, I will help him. A half-emperor realm sword cultivator can indeed fight a true emperor, but he is not an emperor realm expert. Moreover, he is also in trouble now. I'm afraid he can't help you anymore." The patriarch's face changed. He seemed to sense something and turned to leave. Yen ran mountain. "Qin Yu, get out here." Niu Dingtian punched. Hum! A big hole was smashed in the great array of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. Hum! A sword chime sounded and a monstrous sword light slashed out. "Old fool!" Qin Yu was furious. Niu Dingtian sneered. "Hand over Niu Daodu, or I will make you suffer for a day." Swish! The patriarch broke the space and arrived. Niu Dingtian frowned and turned to leave. He disappeared. Qin Yu held the mountain river sword, his face pale. He said coldly, "Patriarch, I must break through to the emperor realm as soon as possible, or both of us will be in trouble." The patriarch said, "Let's go down and talk." Qin Yu's face darkened when he saw the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect in a mess. He gnashed his teeth. "That bastard Niu Dingtian." He slammed the table. The patriarch said, "Please calm down, Patriarch Qin. How can I calm my anger?" Qin Yu angrily said, "Unless the patriarch can stay at Swallow Mountain for a long period of time, my sect will only be able to deal with them. If this goes on, our heaven-splitting sword sect will become a joke, and our sect will lose all face." The clan leader frowned. "Sovereign Qin, I can understand your feelings, but the cause of this matter is Niu Daodu." First, it was to remind Qin Yu that this matter had arisen because of him. Secondly, it was a test. Qin Yu decisively said, "Impossible. Niu Daodu must not be handed over, or our sect will have no hope of becoming a true emperor." The clan leader said, "The monster race's journey has been obstructed. With the demonic moon standing guard, it will be very difficult for us to achieve our goal. Since that is the case, why don't we retreat for now and slowly plan our next move?" Qin Yu shook his head. "It is precisely because of this that we cannot retreat. Otherwise, if we retreat again and again, there will be problems for me and the patriarch." His eyes fell. Recently, all sorts of things have occurred in the central, desolate region. My sect has also heard of them. Does Patriarch still not understand? If you and I don't make changes and make breakthroughs, our fates can already be imagined. The clan leader's complexion darkened, because what Qin Yu said was the truth. He said, "Sovereign Qin, do you have any methods?" Qin Yu clenched his teeth. "I am preparing to forcefully break into the true Emperor realm." The clan leader fiercely looked up. "Sovereign Qin, are you confident?" Qin Yu said, "If we can obtain one of the items sealed within the monster pool, I have an 80% chance of success. Right now, I only have a 50% chance. Rather than sitting around and waiting for death, I might as well give it my all. But this matter requires the full support of that clan. Moreover, besides Niu Daodu, you must also hand 327 over to me. This matter might cause some damage to her." A light flashed in the clan leader's eyes. He began to understand why Qin Yu hadn't hesitated to fight with Demonic Moon in order to protect 327 in the monster race's ancestral land. It seemed that some matters were far deeper than he had imagined. It was likely that 327 was the same as Niu Daodu. It was also the key to Qin Yu's breakthrough into the true Emperor realm. The clan leader fell silent. His thoughts raced as he weighed the pros and cons. "Clan leader, as long as I successfully break through, I guarantee that I will help you open the seal beneath the monster pool," Qin Yu said in a low voice. The clan leader frowned. "Are you serious?" Qin Yu said, "When I break through to the true Emperor realm, I will be able to fight even the strongest of the Emperor realm. Although Demonic Moon is strong, when the time comes, you and I will work together. Along with the master of the cave, the monster race will bow their heads. If clan leader doesn't believe me, I can swear that I will not go back on my word." The clan leader sucked in a deep breath. "Good. Since Sovereign Qin is so confident, this seat will help you this time. An oath made with the great Tao was something that no one could violate." This was the reason why the clan leader believed in Qin Yu. Moreover, once Qin Yu broke through, it would be the same as breaking through the predicament that the clan was currently facing. A true Emperor sword cultivator had combat strength comparable to a peak Emperor realm expert. If they joined forces with him, even the great Qin Empire would have to think twice. And the most important thing was the seal beneath the monster pool, the secret of the Eternal Realm's remnant body and the long-lived species. Qin Yu was a mere Sovereign Realm Junior. How could he rise in such a short period of time? Of course, it was because he had obtained part of the Eternal Realm's remnant body. Otherwise, how could his strength rise so rapidly that he even had the confidence to break through to the true Emperor realm? And once he obtained the Eternal Realm's remnant body, he would be able to unravel its secrets. The clan leader believed that he would obtain more benefits than Qin Yu. He might even be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the Eternal Realm. "Many thanks, clan leader." Qin Yu's face was full of joy. This joy was real. After working so hard for so long, the heaven-splitting sword sect's mountain gate had been smashed several times by the ox tripod heavenly hammer. That clan had finally taken the bait. "There's no time to lose. Let's go now." The clan leader nodded. "All right." He raised his hand, and the 327 instantly appeared. This scene was undoubtedly a warning to Qin Yu, telling him not to try anything. His expression was calm, without the slightest abnormality. "Clan leader, please wait a moment." Shua, he disappeared from sight. In the next moment, Qin Yu appeared in the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. The group of monkeys surrounding Niu Daodu fled in fright. She stood up and looked over. "You're leaving?" Qin Yu nodded. He thought for a moment and said, "Daodu, don't worry. I will ensure your safety." Niu Daodu said, "I believe you. Otherwise I wouldn't have agreed. Let's go." Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Niu Daodu's eyebrows shot up. a look of understanding on her face. I forgot that my current status is that of a hostage in your hands. Should I faint? Qin reiterated, I will definitely protect you. Niu Daodu curled her lips. You're a grown man, so what are you being so wishy-washy about? I have one more reason to dislike you. Hurry up and do it. She closed her eyes. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He lifted a hand and placed it between her eyebrows. Niu Daodu's body softened, and she was held in his arms. He looked down at this girl who didn't resist at all and allowed him to do as he pleased. An apologetic look appeared in his eyes. But soon, Qin Yu restrained his emotions. He took a deep breath and left. Shua, he held Niu Daodu and appeared in front of the clan leader. Patriarch, let's go. The clan leader nodded. With a flick of his sleeves, an invisible strength wrapped around the several people, and they vanished from sight. When their line of sight was restored once more, Qin Yu and the others had appeared in a mystical space. In front of them, it was like a starry sky had been carved out. Dozens of stars were scattered all around. And now they were at the edge of this starry sky. The clan leader said, We welcome Sect Master Qin to my clan's heavenly passage world. He led everyone towards this starry sky. Although his pace didn't seem fast, every step he took crossed endless space. Soon they entered the starry sea. They arrived in front of an incomparably massive planet that occupied nearly a fifth of the entire starry sea. Towering mountains appeared on the surface of the planet. Even if one looked at it from the outside, they could still see it clearly, as if it were a coiling dragon. Qin Yu did his best to not reveal any abnormal emotions, but at this time his heart was wildly beating in his chest. The planet in front of him, this dragon-shaped mountain range, was something he had never seen before, but there was a strange familiarity to it. In fact, as he looked down at this mountain range, Qin Yu had an illusion that it was alive. At any moment, it could transform into a true dragon and soar into the skies. And now, as Qin Yu looked at it, it was also looking at Qin Yu, itching for action. The clan leader turned to look at him. Sect Master Qin, it seems your mood is fluctuating greatly? Qin Yu said, To cut apart a starry sea and pull it into a heavenly passage world, that clan's methods are far greater than I imagined. It is truly praiseworthy. He calmly explained. The clan leader nodded. This heavenly passage world is indeed the good fortune of the heavens and earth. For my clan to be able to obtain it was a lucky chance. It wasn't something we refined. A look of emotion crossed his face. After all, this is nearly stealing from the heavens and earth and splitting apart a world. I fear that only an eternal realm expert can accomplish this. Qin Yu said, As long as everything goes smoothly, it isn't impossible for Patriarch to obtain the remnant body of the long-lived species. At that time, you might be able to glimpse the glory of the eternal realm. I hope so, the clan leader pointed. This mountain range on the ground is called Mount Azure Dragon. It's formed by gathering the fortune of heaven and earth. Or perhaps, Sect Leader Qin, you can understand it as the manifestation of the fortune of heaven and earth here. If you enter and cultivate, you will be able to obtain the protection of the world's destiny. I hope this will help Sect Master Qin smoothly break into the true sovereign realm. Qin Yu asked, Is that all? The clan leader said, Of course not. I will also give Sect Master Qin a method to control the destiny of the world. This is a secret of my clan that is not passed down to outsiders. Only then will you be able to borrow the destiny of the world to aid yourself. Qin Yu nodded. Then I will trouble Patriarch. I will need around a month to prepare and then attempt to make a breakthrough. Before that, I will bring Niu Daodu and 327 with me. The clan leader said no problem. If Sect Master Qin has any other needs, please feel free to speak. Whoosh, whoosh from the ground, several figures shot up into the skies. Greetings, Patriarch. One of these people was the elder he had seen at the everlasting mountain regions, domain master mansion. The clan leader nodded. I have already agreed to use my clan's destiny to help sect Master Qin break into the true sovereign realm as soon as possible. So, during this period of time, sect Master Qin will be staying at Azure Dragon Mountain to cultivate. The several elders subconsciously frowned, awkward expressions on their faces. Patriarch, shouldn't we reconsider this matter a little more? The clan leader said, I have already decided. There is no need for you to speak any further. The several elders bowed their heads. Sect Master Qin, I will personally lead you down. Azure Dragon Mountain involves many secrets, so while you are cultivating, you are not permitted. Please do not casually walk around to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Qin Yu nodded. All right. Chapter 1768. That clan's grotto heaven, Mount Azure Dragon. Niu Daodu was still in a deep sleep. To prevent her from exposing herself, Qin Yu had to come up with this plan. 327 was in charge of taking care of her daily. As for Qin Yu, he was making preparations to break through to the true Emperor realm. That Patriarch had given him the method to control the destiny of the world, and he had already obtained it. But the problem was that the breakthrough itself was just an excuse. Therefore, no matter which clan leader tried to tamper with this incomparably profound cultivation technique that controlled the karmic luck of heaven and earth, it was destined to be futile. But Qin Yu's preparations only had a single goal: to take drastic measures and seize the identity of that clan's destiny spirit. Without this identity, the clan would truly be at the end of its road. Clan leader, why did you agree to help Qin Yu break through to the true Emperor realm? The clan elder looked worried. Although this person signed a contract with our clan, he is not one of us after all. His intentions must be different. Moreover, Mount Azure Dragon is the foundation of our clan. If Qin Yu enters and something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. The other elders nodded. That's right. That's what I'm worried about. Clan leader, please reconsider. The clan leader's eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone fell silent. He said slowly, since I agreed to let Qin Yu break through to the Emperor realm in the Grotto Heaven, I naturally will not be unprepared. Clan leader, you mean you have a countermeasure? The clan leader nodded. That's right. Using our providence to break through to the true Emperor realm comes with a price. Don't worry. Once Qin Yu succeeds, he is destined to be under our control in the future. He will never be able to rise again. But if he fails... The clan leader's eyes flashed. It couldn't be better. If he failed to break through to the true Emperor realm, he would definitely suffer a backlash. By then, he would be in the clan's grotto heaven. Would he be able to escape? Snatching the eternal realm body fragment from Qin Yu would be a piece of cake. Therefore, regardless of success or failure, the clan would be able to accept the result. Of course. Only the patriarch of the clan knew about the remnant body of the eternal realm. He didn't tell anyone else. Such an important secret couldn't afford any accidents. No matter how careful they were, it was never too much. Patriarch is wise. The group of elders revealed smiles on their faces. Great Qin Imperial Capital. The Imperial Advisor was summoned to the palace. This time he waited for a while before he was summoned by the Qin Emperor. Having served as the Emperor for many years, the Imperial Tutor was well aware of His Majesty's personality. This was because he was dissatisfied with what he had done previously. The Imperial Advisor wasn't in a hurry. He calmly bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. Emperor Qin said, Sorry for the long wait, Imperial Preceptor. The Imperial Preceptor smiled. His Majesty is the ruler of the heavens. So what if I wait a little? Humph. It's been a long time since I've heard the Imperial Advisor's flattery. The Qin Emperor smiled. Take a seat and pour yourself some tea. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Imperial Advisor sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He took 2 sips and said, I can guess what your majesty is thinking. Imperial Preceptor, please explain. The Great Qin doesn't need Emperor Realm sword cultivators, especially true Emperor Realm ones. The Qin Emperor lifted a hand and pointed at him. Since you know what I'm thinking, why aren't you willing to follow my wishes when doing things? That clan has no roots, and its destruction is only a matter of time. I don't want to see another true Emperor sword cultivator appear right after I eliminate them and effect Great Qin's rule. The Imperial Advisor felt helpless. His Majesty's words were a bit shameless. It was clearly because of His Majesty's patience with that clan had reached its limit that I took over this matter. But now he said these words instead. Of course, he could only think about it, but he couldn't say it out loud. His Majesty had never been one to tolerate others. Your Majesty, rest assured that such a situation will never occur. The Imperial Advisor looked around and said, All of you leave. I have some words to speak with His Majesty alone. The attendants in the hall were already accustomed to the Imperial Advisor giving orders. Seeing that His Majesty didn't speak, they respectfully bowed and left. Imperial Advisor, please speak. Your Majesty, I have already investigated. The reason why Qin Yu convinced that clan to believe him is related to the suppressed young miss. Shua, the hall suddenly fell silent. The Qin Emperor said, It seems that it is as I expected. The sword prison in Swallow Mountain is also one of the sealed locations. Yes, Your Majesty. The Imperial Advisor said, Qin Yu and that clan have attempted to open the seal and obtain the secrets of the Eternal Realm. This is the road to death. So, there is no need for Your Majesty to worry. There absolutely will not be a true Emperor sword cultivator appearing in this world. The Qin Emperor nodded. Then I won't ask any further. The hall fell silent. The meeting between the ruler and minister had ended. But the Imperial Advisor didn't stand up and bid his farewells. It was clear that His Majesty had tacitly allowed him to continue staying here. No one spoke. But the truth was that the ruler and minister were well aware of what was going on. In the end, the Qin Emperor made a decision. He calmly said, Imperial Advisor, pay attention to this matter. The Imperial Advisor stood up and bowed. Yes. No one knew what was contained in these two simple words. The secret of the Eternal Realm, the chance to transform into a long-lived species, the chance to jump out of this small world. Since they knew of this matter, who could truly remain unmoved? Heavenly Bull Region, Heavenly Bull City. Niu Dingtian sat motionless, remaining silent. In truth, things had developed to this point and had already deviated from his original plan. He had never imagined that besides that person, Qin Yu would also be involved with this person. This was a sin. If he had known this would happen, he would have endured it. He would never have chosen to join forces with Qin Yu and involve himself in this matter. Heavenly punishment. This was heavenly punishment. Thinking of this, Niu Dingtian felt his heart tremble. His mouth was so bitter it was like he had eaten a gold thread. And the most painful thing was that things had come to this point and he could no longer withdraw. Otherwise, what would happen to Niu Daodu? The only thing that made Niu Dingtian feel a little more at ease was that little Meaty was standing on Qin Yu's side. With her here, even if it was heavenly punishment, he should be able to resist it a few times, right? At the very least, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Niu Dingtian lifted a hand and rubbed his face. He let out a long sigh. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He could only resign himself to fate. Azure Dragon Mountain. As usual, 327 took care of Niu Daodu. She rested her chin on her hands and fell into a daze. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something and got up to leave. This was a small courtyard built in the middle of the mountain. There were many similar courtyards on the mountain. These were the residences and cultivation areas of the clan's elders and talented disciples. It was very easy for 327 to find Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't look like he had been preparing to break through to the Emperor realm in the past few days. Every day he would sit in the courtyard in a daze, or leap onto the roof to survey the surrounding mountains. Although Qin Yu didn't say anything, 327 felt that his back was a little sad. Where did this sadness come from? Although the footsteps were light, Qin Yu still heard it. He turned around with a smile on his face. "Little Seven, come here." He reached out and grabbed 327, leaping onto the roof. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "This is my first time here. I didn't know that the clan was hiding such an amazing paradise, but for some reason, this place feels a little familiar. It's like I've been here before, but it also feels like a dream." 327 said softly, "Sect Master Qin must be mistaken. This is my clan's mystic realm. Only people of my clan can enter. Sect Master Qin is the only person I know who can make an exception." Qin Yu nodded. "I know. That's why I find it strange." He thought for a moment and said, "Little Seven, can you take me around Azure Dragon Mountain?" 327 revealed an awkward expression. Qin Yu said, "I know. The clan head said before he left that I can't walk around as I please. But it should be fine if you just take me around the public area." 327 hesitated. She glanced at Qin Yu and nodded. "All right, but you must remember not to leave my sight." "No problem." The two jumped off the roof. 327 said, "Sect Master, what do you want to do?" Qin Yu said, "I want to see where you live. Is that okay?" 327 paused and nodded. "Of course." She turned and led the way. Azure Dragon Mountain is a manifestation of the destiny of the heavens and earth. It has its own spiritual sense, so in order to express our respect to it, unless there is an emergency, my clan will not fly within the mountain. 327 explained in a low voice. Qin, you could see that she was a little nervous. "If I come out, will there be great trouble?" 327 said, "The clan head only said that you can't walk around as you please. As long as you don't go to some secret locations, you should be fine." She smiled. "I am a little nervous, because this is the first time I haven't followed the clan head's orders." Perhaps it was because she had spoken the words in her heart, but 327's demeanor and manner became much more relaxed. Around 2 hours later, 327 and Qin Yu arrived outside a small courtyard. In terms of scale and style, it was a size smaller than the small courtyard Qin Yu lived in. 327 said, "Sect Master, this is my residence." She stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard door, inviting Qin Yu in. Her face was flushed red and a little nervous. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was clean and tidy. Moreover, one could see some traces of a young girl's home. For instance, there were wind chimes hanging in the corridors and paper cutouts pasted on the windows. And in the small courtyard, there were clusters of flowers in full bloom. They bloomed fiercely, filling the entire courtyard with their fragrance. In truth, this didn't match with the temperament that 327 displayed. She didn't seem like someone who would plant such beautiful and bold flowers. Sensing the surprise in Qin Yu's eyes, 327 bit her lips. "If I lived here alone, it would be too cold and cheerless. I planted these flowers so that it wouldn't be too boring." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "It's normal for young girls to love planting flowers and plants. I think it's quite good." He clapped his hands. "Can you give me 2 of them? I want to bring them back and plant them. Looking at your courtyard, I always feel that mine is too cold and cheerless." 327 smiled. "All right." She moved the flowers. It could be seen that the garden was personally taken care of by 327. Her movements were very skilled. After Qin Yu obtained permission, he casually wandered around the small courtyard. He didn't enter the young girl's chamber, but simply walked around the outside. But he could see that there were only traces of a single person living here. As he thought about the words that 327 said just now, Qin, you could feel the loneliness in her heart. There was some movement. After listening for a bit, Qin Yu turned and walked out. In the courtyard, besides 327, there were several other youths. Now that they saw Qin Yu, they frowned, a bit of hesitation on their faces. 327, I didn't know you would be returning today. I only brought my friends here ahead of time. I apologize for disturbing you. One of the cultivators spoke up. He glanced at Qin Yu and said, Although Sovereign Qin is exalted of my clan, Azure Dragon Mountain touches upon the foundation of my clan, so it is best to stay away from it so that outsiders do not appear and damage the harmony between both sides. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands together and led the others away. Qin Yu asked, What is it? 327 shook her head. It's nothing. Qin Yu nodded. He looked around. I've lived here for so long. It's normal for me to be a bit reluctant to suddenly give it to someone else. It was only then that 327 realized that Qin Yu had heard what she said just now. After a brief silence, she said, A bit, but it doesn't matter. Qin Yu smiled. Don't be nervous. My sect won't come into conflict with your clan just because of something like this. But since this courtyard will soon no longer be yours, there is no need to leave anything for him. He pointed at the flowers in the courtyard and walked around. I'll help you. We'll take everything away. 327's heart relaxed. Looking at Qin Yu's appearance, she felt incomparably at ease. She nodded, not saying anything else. The flowers in the courtyard, the wind chimes in the corridor, the paper cutouts on the windows, wherever Qin Yu walked, everything was clean. 327 didn't say anything, but what Qin Yu took away were all things that she had personally made. This left her feeling a bit strange. At the door to the boudoir, Qin Yu stopped. He smiled. It's not convenient for me to do anything in this room. You can clean it up yourself. 327's face flushed red. She was a woman. Even a formidable cultivator would always have some private items that were inconvenient for others to see. She glared at Qin Yu. Then she pushed open the door and slammed it shut. A smile lit up Qin Yu's face. This was the first time that he had seen such an expression on 327's face. His heart began to race. This had nothing to do with the feelings between a man and a woman. Rather, it was a kind of closeness, a joy and comfort that came from the same bloodline. Qin Yu returned to the courtyard. He looked up at the skies and fell silent. Towards 327, his current understanding was only superficial. But now, entering the world of that clan's heavenly passage was clearly the best chance to understand the truth of the matter. But where should he start? As Qin Yu was deep in thought, the courtyard door was pushed open. He frowned. Sect Master Qin, before the patriarch left, he clearly explained to you that Azure Dragon Mountain is a matter of great importance. Please do not casually wander about. The one who spoke was one of the elders from that clan he had seen on the day he arrived, and the several cultivators from that clan that had left before were following behind him. For them to arrive so quickly, it was clear that after these people left, they had immediately sent a message. Qin Yu said, I didn't enter that clan's secret land. It was only that I had nothing to do, so I had 327 bring me around. She had no choice but to bring me to the small courtyard she lived in. This matter has nothing to do with 327. The elder had no expression. Although Sect Master Qin says this, a mistake is a mistake. You are exalted of my clan, and you aren't familiar with the rules of Azure Dragon Mountain, so we can forgive you. But 327 must be punished. Qin Yu suddenly discovered that the situation in front of him was a good opportunity to investigate the matter of 327. He narrowed his eyes and stepped forwards. What if I don't agree? The elder sneered. Sect Master Qin, although you are exalted of my clan, it is best that you don't interfere in the internal affairs of my clan. Men, take down 327 and bring her back for punishment. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. Bang, bang, the several people from that clan that walked over were immediately sent tumbling away, rolling on the ground like gourds. As for the boy that spoke before, he was given extra care and spat out a mouthful of blood. The elder's complexion paled. He roared, "Qin Yu, how bold of you! You dare to attack in Azure Dragon Mountain." Chapter 1769. Bang! The door was pushed open, and 327 ran out. "What is it?" She swept her eyes over the people who had been knocked down, and her complexion changed. Azure Dragon Mountain was the most important place of that clan. They weren't even allowed to fly, much less fight here. This was a great taboo. 327 bowed. He hurriedly said, "Elder, Sect Master Qin doesn't know the rules of my clan. He didn't mean to disturb the spirit of the Azure Dragon." "Shut up," the clan elder roared. 327, how bold of you! You actually dare to bring outsiders into Azure Dragon Mountain without permission. You must take full responsibility for this matter. He looked at Qin Yu. "Sect Master Qin, you are my clan's exalted. I don't have the qualifications to directly judge you. Once my clan's patriarch arrives, I will ask for an explanation from you. What are you standing around for? Take down 327. If anyone dares to stop me, I will call upon the spirit of the Azure Dragon before I give up." "Yes, Elder." 2 cultivators from that clan rushed towards 327. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Something didn't seem right about this. Since that clan's patriarch had brought him back to the Heavenly Passage mystic realm, he would definitely explain this matter. It didn't make sense for this clan elder to have such an unyielding attitude, unless that clan was internally unstable and they were deliberately stirring up trouble with others. But this didn't make sense. That clan's only true sovereign was the patriarch. Without mentioning anything else, just in terms of absolute strength, it was enough for him to establish absolute prestige and status within the clan. Then there was only one explanation. These people in front of him were doing this on purpose, and their goal was nothing more than to probe him. It seemed that the method to control the destiny of the world that the patriarch had given him really did have a problem. Now, he wanted to see whether or not Qin Yu would take the bait. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed forwards. The 2 people rushing towards him were shaken back. How arrogant! The clan elder was enraged. "Qin Yu, do you really think that my clan's Heavenly Passage world is a place where you can act recklessly?" He lifted a hand and grasped. Qin Yu immediately felt something different. An invisible strength instantly gathered from Azure Dragon Mountain. It was unknown whether or not others could see it, but in Qin Yu's eyes, an Azure Dragon Phantom had appeared behind this elder of that clan. It looked down at Qin Yu from high above. Within its icy indifference, there was a bit of hesitation. "Stop right there," the elder roared. The Azure Dragon Phantom behind him hurtled towards Qin Yu, but in the next moment, nothing happened. The Azure Dragon Phantom that approached Qin Yu collapsed and vanished. It turned back into the invisible luck of the Azure Dragon Mountain. The space suddenly fell silent. The elder's eyes widened. "Impossible! How did you master the art of controlling the qi of heaven and earth so quickly?" Qin Yu lifted his hand. The mountain river sword appeared. His face was expressionless as he raised his sword. "Patriarch, if you can't give me an explanation for what happened today, it will be very difficult for us to continue our cooperation." Schwa. Space distorted and the clan leader appeared. He said solemnly, "Impudent! Sect Master Qin is my clan's exalted one and also a guest that I personally invited. Who gave you the courage to do this?" "All of you," immediately apologized to Sect Master Qin. "Otherwise I will not forgive you so easily." Qin Yu was expressionless. He looked at him. "Patriarch, what happened?" "A misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding." The clan leader said, "Just now I went into seclusion and temporarily sealed off my 5 senses. I sealed my 5 senses, but I didn't expect to cause such a big mess. Sect Master Chin, rest assured that I will severely punish these people. I also guarantee that nothing similar will happen again." Seeing the patriarch angry, the elder and the others all bowed and apologized. Chin Yu glanced at them and said, "My sect will not pursue today's matters, but I would like to ask the patriarch if my sect can walk around Skyfall Mountain without touching the secrets of that clan? Or could it be that the courtyard that the patriarch prepared for my sect is in fact an unlocked prison?" The clan leader said, "Sect Master Chin is my clan's exalted one and also someone that I trust to cooperate with. Naturally, you can walk around." He turned. 327, from now on, wherever Sect Master Chin wishes to go, as long as it isn't a place that the clan strictly forbids you from approaching, you can go. Then I must thank the patriarch. Chin Yu turned and pulled on 327. "If there is nothing else, then I will bid my farewells." He turned and left. The clan leader looked at their backs. A sharp light flashed in his eyes before he immediately composed himself. "Patriarch," the elder bowed, a look of indignation on his face. "This Chin Yu is too arrogant. He doesn't have the slightest bit of awe towards my clan, and even dares to attack my juniors in Azure Dragon Mountain. You must be careful." The clan leader said, "I know what I am doing. You may leave." "Yes." The elder brought the injured juniors away. The clan leader stood where he was and closed his eyes. He silently sensed the aura in the air that hadn't completely dissipated yet. A moment later he opened his eyes, a smile on his face. Chin Yu had fallen into their trap. The clan leader wasn't surprised that Chin Yu was able to refine the method to control the world's destiny so quickly and even cause the Azure Dragon spirit to give up on its own initiative. This was because Chin Yu held a portion of the Eternal Realm's body in his hand. That meant infinite possibilities. The key point was that if Chin Yu cultivated it, he was destined to become a puppet controlled by that clan. He would be tied together with the interests of that clan, and there would be no possibility of escaping. Humph! The Imperial scholars said that Chin Yu had other choices, but now he no longer had any leeway to choose. So what if he became a true sovereign? He would only be a tiger that had grown wings for that clan. And like this, there would be no worries in the following trip to the monster race's ancestral land. Once he obtained the Eternal Realm's body, he would find a way to force out the part in Chin Yu's hand. The eyes of the clan leader were extremely bright. The flames of ambition burned fiercely in his chest. They returned to Chin Yu's dwelling. 327 first went to check on Nyo Daudu. After making sure she was fine, he returned to Chin Yu. "Sect Master Chin, you were too impulsive. No matter what, you shouldn't have done anything in Azure Dragon Mountain." Chin Yu smiled. "I won't do it again. I've let you suffer a fright today. Go back to your room and rest." Looking at the clan leader's reaction, he should have passed the test. In his eyes, he had become a fish that had taken the bait. Although this was a bit unpleasant, it was actually a good thing for Chin Yu. The clan leader's suspicions and vigilance towards him would be greatly reduced. This was beneficial to Chin Yu's actions. For instance, when Chin Yu had requested to take a stroll around Azure Dragon Mountain, he had agreed without hesitation. Then I will return to my room first. You should rest early too." 327 bit her lips, turned and left. Looking at her back, Chin Yu could feel her current dilemma and entanglement. Although 327 didn't say anything in the end, he was already very satisfied. Although 327 didn't say anything, Chin Yu was already very satisfied. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then he looked at the skies. It was about time to act. After returning to his room, 327 didn't rest. She sat in front of the table, a conflicted look on her face. There was definitely something wrong with today's events. She understood the patriarch's personality. He had been far too easy to talk to today. There was a problem, but she didn't know whether or not she should say this. If this were before, 327 wouldn't have been in the least bit troubled. But now, the closer she was to Chinyu, the longer she stayed by his side, the more she could feel something different. In the monster race's ancestral land, Moon Fiend had wanted her to stay behind. 327 had already prepared herself to sacrifice herself. The patriarch had given up on her. It was Chinyu who had taken on Moon Fiend's attack and saved her. Afterwards, the patriarch had told her that the reason Chinyu had saved her was because she had touched upon his cultivation of the great Tao. But 327 believed in her own feelings. From Chinyu, she could feel concern and a warmth she had never felt before. Why was this? After hesitating again and again, 327 suddenly stood up. She pushed open the door and left. Then, she saw Chinyu planting flowers in the yard. The wind chimes were already hanging in the hallway. As the wind blew, they tinkled. Why aren't you resting? Chinyu turned around, a smile on his face. I'll soon finish planting. How about you come and take a look? 327 took a deep breath. She suddenly said, Sect Master Qin, my patriarch is a meticulous person. He never makes a mistake in his actions. So, there is likely another reason for today's conflict. You must be careful. After she finished speaking, she let out a long breath as if 1,000 Jin burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Chinyu stood up and brushed off the dirt on his hands. He looked at 327 in front of him and faintly smiled. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, little seven. He reached out a hand and patted her shoulder. But don't say such words in the future. I don't want to make things difficult for you. 327 suddenly began to cry. Sect Master Qin, I don't know why it's like this, but if I don't say it, my heart will feel uncomfortable. Her eyes were hazy with tears. She looked at Chinyu in front of her. Can you tell me just who you are? Why is it that when I see you, I can't help but feel warm and safe? Chinyu took a step forward and hugged her. He said in a soft voice, I don't have an answer to this question. I also want to know. Don't cry. You didn't do anything wrong. After her body stiffened, 327 fell into Chinyu's arms and cried to her heart's content. When she crawled up, her nose and eyes were red. She looked at Chinyu in front of her. Sect Master Qin, I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. As she looked at Chinyu's wet chest, she revealed an embarrassed expression. Chinyu smiled. He casually wiped his face clean and said, It's fine. Do you feel much better after crying? He looked at 327 and said, Starting from tomorrow, you will lead me around Azure Dragon Mountain. This is not a waste of time, but to prepare for a breakthrough. Now, return to your room and have a good rest. I will go and plant the remaining 2 flowers. 327 nodded. When she returned to her room, she lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. In the courtyard, after Chinyu washed his hands of the flowers he had planted, he pasted up the paper. As he stood outside room 327 and listened to the calm breathing coming from within, he subconsciously smiled. But in the next moment, he frowned. This was because Chinyu couldn't determine just what relationship he had with 327. Chapter 1770. The next day, Chinyu knocked on 327's door. Let's go, we're leaving now. So early? Azure Dragon Mountain is very large. You can't fly here, so you have to walk on foot. Of course, you have to hurry. 327 hurriedly washed up and the two left. As they passed through the courtyard, Chinyu sucked in a deep breath. How fragrant! A smile appeared on 327's face. Perhaps it was because she had put down the knot in her heart, but today she had a bright and radiant feeling about her. Sovereign Qin, what do you plan on going first? Chinyu said, Whatever you say. Then let's go to Dragon Head Mountain. That is the most beautiful place in the entire Azure Dragon Mountain. As they spoke, the two walked far away, on the opposite side of Azure Dragon Mountain. On the other side of the massive planet, there was an incomparably massive city. And what was strange was that there was no one living in this city. This was because it was a great array formation that was closely related to the opposite Azure Dragon Mountain. In fact, to put it more bluntly, this city was the key to that clan's control over Azure Dragon Mountain. The patriarch of that clan was currently in the central region of this city. In front of him were screens of light that displayed in real time what was happening in every corner of Azure Dragon Mountain. With the existence of these screens of light, he could know anything he wanted to know about what was happening in Azure Dragon Mountain. And this was another key reason why the Patriarch had agreed to Qin Yu's request to walk around freely. Moreover, Qin Yu had already fallen into a trap. Even if he really tried to do something, there was nowhere he could hide. Now, the Patriarch silently watched as the laughing and joking 327 led Qin Yu away. He subconsciously frowned. Shua, a phantom appeared in front of him. It was the master of Azure Dragon Cave. It looks like this saint wasn't wrong. A grown girl really can't be kept at home. How do you plan on dealing with this little girl? As he spoke, he licked the corners of his lips. The Patriarch said, "Once the matter of the monster pond seal is over, I can let you do whatever you want. But before that, you better behave yourself." The master of Azure Dragon Cave darkened. "Patriarch, you and this saint only have a cooperative relationship. Do you have the qualifications to order me around?" Shua, the Patriarch suddenly looks up. "Lord of Dongting, listen to me. I'm not ordering you. I'm threatening you. If you dare to ruin this seat's important matter, I'll definitely skin you alive and pull out your tendons. You don't believe me? Don't forget, although the Moon Fiend was terrifying, the Ancient Remnant's true natural enemy was not in the Middle Desolate. As for him, he just so happened to owe me a favor back then. It might not be easy to use him in the grand scheme of things, but it shouldn't be difficult to ask him to leave his mountain and kill people again." The phantom of the Lord of Dongting becomes silent. "Okay, I promise I won't hurt her." Shua, he disappeared. The Patriarch harumphed coldly. "Idiot, just how powerful were the Ancient Remnants? Back then, they ruled over the entire world. If it wasn't for his foolishness, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. He had no choice but to cooperate with them. In the future, the first thing he would do would be to send these Ancient Remnants, who should have been extinct, back to the heavens, above the sea of clouds. The Lord of Dongting opens his eyes and roars, "That clan!" Bang! The sea of clouds in the sky surged, and then a torrential rain poured down, rumbling as it scattered between heaven and earth. One bolts of thunder exploded in the clouds. One could vaguely see a giant black shadow within. That was the true body of the Lord of Dongting. He gasped for breath, like thunder. He clenched his teeth, but there was fear in his eyes. This was because the Patriarch mentioned that terrifying demon. He was one of the main culprits behind the defeat of the Ancient Remnant and their current situation. Min Changjing. In the past, the Ancient Remnant and the human cultivators fought a great war. When the situation was tense, Min Changjing appeared out of nowhere. In his first battle, he chased them for tens of millions of miles. He broke into the depths of the Void Realm and killed a powerful Ancient Remnant on the spot. From then on, he won every battle. In just 100 years, more than 10 powerhouses of the Ancient Remnant died in Min Changjing's hands. Otherwise, as the overlords of the world, the Ancient Remnant would never have so easily left the stage of history. The Moon Fiend was indeed terrifying. After his bloodline mutated, he could even counter the Ancient Remnant. But Min Changjing was the nightmare of the Ancient Remnant. In that turbulent period, the world was filled with endless wars. It wasn't that the Ancient Remnant didn't think about killing Min Changjing. In fact, not only did they do it, but they also tried 3 times. But without exception, All of their attempts ended in failure, and they suffered heavy losses. The last time they chased after Min Changjing, the Lord of Dongting participated in it personally. He would never forget that bloody and laughing figure. His body shivered, and the Lord of Dongting's expression became increasingly ugly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Min Changjing was expelled from the central wilderness. It was the common will of all parties. It would be difficult for him to return easily. When the patriarch mentioned him, it was more of a threat. The Lord of Dongting couldn't just watch as he was forced away by that clan. He must get the seal under the demon pool and the remnant body of the eternal realm. With uncertain eyes, the Lord of Dongting took a deep breath. In the next moment, the huge black shadow in the clouds instantly disappeared. Jade Gate Pass. It was still extremely prosperous. Several excited young people were walking on the long street, their eyes constantly sweeping around. It seemed that they were newcomers who had just crossed the gate and entered the central wilderness. As expected of the legendary central wilderness, divine land, the heaven and earth spiritual energy here is so dense. The effect of the flowing light tiles is far from being able to compare with this. When you and I enter the central wilderness, we must cultivate diligently and strive to carve out a path for ourselves so that our descendants can have a foothold here. On the roadside, there were some random stalls. After paying a sum of immortal money, the garrison troops wouldn't expel them. The stall owner was a common-looking old man. His body was curled up in a loose black robe. "You all," just as he raised his hand, ready to attract customers, he suddenly frowned. "Forget it. It seems that I have no fate with you all. I can't make this deal." The stall owner reached out and closed the stall. He stood up and walked away. After several turns, he entered a deserted alley. With a step, the stall owner vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared at the peak of star-sifting mountain. "Why are you here?" the black-robed stall owner asked in a low voice. The Lord of Dongting stood with his hands crossed behind his back. He looked at the vast sea of clouds in front of him and subconsciously licked his lips. "I'm hungry. I wanted to borrow something to eat." He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Bang! The sea of clouds instantly exploded. A flying fish was caught. With a pitiful cry, it was pulled to his mouth and eaten. The black-robed man frowned. He said in a low voice, "Enough." The Lord of Dongting raised an eyebrow. "It's just one. Is there a need to be so stingy?" The stall owner said, "It wasn't easy for me to find this sea of clouds. It's a place suitable for cloud, sea, flying fish to live. Moreover, you've already eaten a month's worth of my rations. If there's nothing else, hurry and leave lest you stir up trouble." 2 ancient Emperor realm remnants were gathered here. Once Great Qin learned of this, Emperor Qin wouldn't mind personally taking action. The Lord of Dongting said, "I won't eat your fish for free. I will give you a piece of news as repayment." He said in a low voice, "The monster race's monster pool is hidden in their ancestral land, not in a small world." The stall owner said, "So what?" "The current monster race is no longer a lackey for the saints to order around." The Lord of Dongting said, "I haven't reached the important point yet. There is a seal beneath the monster pool that suppresses the remnant body of an eternal realm existence." The space suddenly fell silent. The stall owner pulled down his black robe, revealing an old man's face. If it weren't for the third eye between his eyebrows, he wouldn't have looked strange at all. Now he stared at the Lord of Dongting. "Longevity species?" The Lord of Dongting said, "That's right." "Why are you telling me this?" The ancient remnant beings weren't completely united. That was because this was just a general term given to the powerful beings of the ancient era. Internally, they were still divided into different races and factions. Although the ancient remnant hiding in the Jade Gate Pass knew the Lord of Dongting, they weren't close. In fact, they were even more cautious and fearful of each other, because the ancient remnant bloodline had always been good at devouring each other to increase their strength. the Lord of Dongting said, "I'm telling you this because I want to join hands with you to seek this fortune." His eyes blazed with heat. Once an eternal realm existence is born in the saint race, they won't need to live their lives like they do now, hiding all over the place. We can become the masters of this world again and make the glory of the saints shine on the entire world again. The sound of exhalation came from under the black robe. Who else knows about this? The patriarch of that race, Qi knew of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. The Lord of Dongting said in a deep voice, "In addition, Yao Yu has been resurrected and is guarding the ancestral land of the demons." The black robe fell silent. The Lord of Dongting thought that he had heard the news of Yao Yu's resurrection and was shocked. But in fact, the ancient remnant under the black robe was focusing on another name, Qi Yu. He had not forgotten that he had made a deal with that person at the summit of this mountain. Even that existence had intervened in this matter. The ancient remnant fishing for the flying fish in the sea of clouds suddenly hesitated whether he should intervene or not. After all, from what he saw, it was likely to be a battle between the longevity species. Even though he was an Emperor realm expert, he could be crushed into pieces in such a situation if he wasn't careful. But soon he sucked in a breath. The black robe on his body quietly turned into a straw raincoat. "Let's go. I'll go with you." Opportunities were sought in danger. The battle between the two longevity species was indeed dangerous. But it was also possible that he could take this opportunity to peek into the mysteries of the eternal realm. The Lord of Dongting laughed. "Fisherman, you won't regret the choice you made today." Swish, swish. The two ancient true emperors disappeared at the same time. Chapter 1771. That clan's heavenly abode mystic realm. 327 pointed a finger. Sect Master Qin, that is Dragon Head Mountain. Qin Yu's eyes fell and he froze. Dragon Head Mountain? He whispered. He looked over with an incomparably earnest expression. Sect Master Qin. 327 was puzzled. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. "Little Seven, can we go in?" 327 shook his head, an apologetic expression on his face. "I cannot. My clan's ancestral shrine is built within Dragon Head Mountain. No one is allowed to casually approach it. Even I have never entered." "So it's like that," Qin Yu said. "Then let's go higher. Even if we can't enter, we can still see a bit more clearly." 327 said, "Okay." The two climbed to the side. There was a steep and towering rock wall. From here, they could see over half of Dragon Head Mountain. Qin Yu looked around for a long time, but he didn't see anything. Dragon Head Mountain was in front of him, but it was blocked by an invisible strength. It was impossible to see what was inside. At this time, Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly feel a change in his aura. This was the strength of Azure Dragon Mountain itself. His ears rang and his field of vision blurred. When his vision recovered, he discovered that the barrier in front of him no longer existed. He could clearly see Dragon Head Mountain. He could also see a mountain within a mountain hidden within it. It was small and ordinary, so ordinary that it could be seen anywhere in this vast world. A temple-like ancestral shrine was built atop the mountain. The plaque was black and gold, exuding a noble aura. There was no need for anything else to serve as a foil. Just looking at it, one could feel a suppression on the level of the soul. This was because this dignity was bestowed by the heavens and earth. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu closed his eyes. In the next moment, a bell began to ring out from the ancestral shrine atop the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, in a small bamboo courtyard, one of the clan's elders suddenly rushed out of it. He looked up and his face shook. He turned into a shadow and arrived in front of the bronze bell. He reached out a hand and tried to soothe it, but just as his fingertips touched the bronze bell, he was shaken and sent flying backwards. Sect Master Qin, what is wrong? 327 revealed an uneasy expression. even more confused. This was because she had no idea what Chinyu saw. "It's nothing. Let's get out of here." He reached out to grab 327 and turned to leave. Within his soul space, the boundary ring was also there. It was because of its existence that Chinyu's aura was sealed away. But now, the boundary ring was violently shaking. It was clear that its seal was under intense attack. On the opposite side of the planet, in that huge city, Shua, the clan leader, opened his eyes. But at this moment, all the screens of light in front of him were distorted, and he couldn't see clearly at all. The bell rang directly in his mind. The ancestral shrine. Shua, the clan chief, took a step forward, and in the next moment appeared outside the ancestral shrine. Patriarch. The elder who was sent flying had a face full of shock and anger. "The copper bell warned me. I tried to communicate with it and almost suffered a backlash." The clan leader took a deep breath. "Are you done? Stop." The rapidly ringing copper bell slowly calmed down. "Reason." The bronze bell was silent. The clan leader frowned, his eyes cold. "Humph." He coldly coughed, but didn't do anything. His eyes swept around. The elder said, reporting to Patriarch, "Before you arrived, no one broke in." The clan leader didn't speak. With a flick of his sleeves, he opened the ancestral shrine doors and stepped inside. After a moment, he walked out. The ancestral shrine doors closed behind him. "There's nothing unusual." The elder nodded, but his complexion wasn't too good. This was because the facts were placed in front of him. If the ancient scholar tree copper bell suddenly gave a warning, then something must have happened. However, the patriarch couldn't find the reason. This wasn't a good result. "You guard here and be vigilant." After giving the order, the clan leader vanished from sight once more. He returned to the giant city. The screens of light had already restored themselves. With a thought, he soon found Chinyu and 327's figures. They were there. They weren't too far from Dragon Head Mountain. If they were hurrying along, they would arrive in at most an hour. It had nothing to do with them? No. The clan leader sucked in a deep breath. "Azure Dragon Spirit, help me reverse time and reproduce the scene before the copper bell's warning." Immediately, everything was replayed on the screens of light. At this moment, time began to flow backwards. The clan leader stubbornly stared at Chinyu and 327's figures in the screen. Even before the copper bell's warning, the two figures were still in the screen. There was nothing unusual about them. Indeed, they were hurrying along and hadn't arrived near Dragon Head Mountain. It seemed that it really had nothing to do with them. "Who?" The clan leader let out a long breath, but his mind was still tense. This was the second time that the ancestral bell had given warning. Could it be related to Autumn? He had chased after Crimson Firmament and broken into the depths of the Void Realm. Both of them had fallen into the Sea of Chaos, and since then there had been no news of them. If it weren't for the fact that Autumn had gone missing, then with the two of them holding down the fort, that clan wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. It was because they sensed that the aura of Autumn had disappeared, and in addition to the tacit approval of the Qin Empire, that the influences of the Central Desolate dared to suppress the clan. That damned Crimson Firmament. On the other side, Qin Yu could feel that the gaze on him had finally retreated. He relaxed a little. He stopped and said, "Little Seven, stop and rest for a moment." 327 nodded. She looked over, Sect Master Qin. "I'm fine." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He glanced at her once more and then closed his eyes without further explanation. Shua. In the next moment, Qin Yu's consciousness instantly appeared in a pale white world. Above his head, there was a gray fog that constantly surged and wove together. "Why did you help me?" Qin Yu asked on his own initiative. Above his head, the gray fog tumbled and a great dragon appeared. The dragon's head was massive. It peeked out and looked at Qin Yu. "Because you are the destined person." Qin Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" What I mean is that today my mission has finally been accomplished. The great dragon's voice revealed a bit of emotion and relief. Without waiting for Chinyu to continue speaking, it suddenly roared out loud, and its massive figure hurled forwards. It crashed into Chinyu, but there was no collision at all. Like a shadow, it directly fused into his body. Thus, from this moment on, Azure Dragon Mount Unchanged Masters. Or, to be more precise, a new spirit of destiny had been born in this world. There was no need to swallow it, and it wasn't as difficult as Chinyu expected. It was like this Azure Dragon spirit had been waiting for Chinyu's arrival since a long, long time ago. In this pale white world, there was only Chinyu left. He suddenly grabbed his head and roared out in pain. Before, when he heard the ringing of the copper bell, it was like a steel nail had pierced into his head. But now it was as if two invisible hands were trying to tear his head apart. Ah! With a pitiful cry, Chinyu fell to the ground. And, along with this pain, some blurry memories constantly flashed in his mind. He finally remembered those memories that should have been covered up forever. In a small courtyard, there was a warm and harmonious family. The man and woman sat at the table, smiling as they watched their children play around. The little girl was fair and beautiful. She couldn't run very steadily. She staggered as she shouted, "Big brother, wait for me! Big brother, wait for me!" The scene changed abruptly. Under the pitch-black sky, there was only a dim light burning, and the ground was sticky and crimson. The man and woman's bodies fell in front of them. Their eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. "Big brother, I'm scared." The little girl hugged her only family tightly, tears streaming down her face. The brother, who was also scared silly, desperately hugged her in his arms and covered her eyes. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid." He could only repeat it mechanically. The scene changed again. Heavy rain poured down. Black clouds intertwined in the sky, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. "Only one of you can survive. Choose." The brother rushed out, his thin body instantly soaked by the rain. "I'll die, let her live." A gaze fell on him. Yes. The next moment, an invisible force descended, instantly enveloping the brother. His whole body was pulled into the air, and he screamed with wide eyes. "Let go of my brother." The little girl rushed over, but before she could approach, she was sent flying. "Let her live! Let her live!" The brother, who was in so much pain that he wanted to die, desperately roared. That voice sounded again. "Of course, not only will she live, but she will also fuse with your bloodline and become the genius of my clan. But she will not remember what happened today and everything in the past. Now, do you feel regret? If you regret it, I can give you a chance to choose again and let you live." "I die, she lives." The brother didn't hesitate at all. "As you wish." Blood, countless amounts of blood, gushed out from the brother's body. Ah! In the pale world, Chinyu let out a roar, and he suddenly woke up. His face was pale and he was panting. His body was trembling, not only because it seemed that he had just experienced a pain that far surpassed the pain of a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, but it was also because of those extra memories that filled his mind like balls of red-hot iron. It made him feel pain to the limit, and it also made him hate to the extreme. Same root, same root, same root, same root. And that voice, although there was a slight change, Chinyu would not mishear it. That clan leader. But why? Why was it like this? Chinyu's memories were still incomplete, but there was at least one thing that he didn't need to hesitate about. That clan deserved to die. In the outside world, Chinyu opened his eyes. 327 let out a breath. "Sect Master Chin, you're awake? What happened just now? Your complexion doesn't seem right." In fact, the way Chinyu was gnashing his teeth made it seem as if he wanted to eat someone up. "Little 7. Chinyu took a deep breath and exhaled. He smiled. "It's nothing. Maybe it's because I haven't been resting well recently." He stood up and rubbed her head. Let's go, we're going back. 327 was stunned, her face flushing red. Before, Qin Yu had only patted her shoulder. His actions just now had been a bit too intimate. But she had to admit that her blushing was only because she was embarrassed. From the depths of her heart, 327 didn't resist at all. In fact, from this action, she felt an unprecedented warmth. Little Seven, have you been well before? I've been all right. No, you haven't been well. This is all my fault. I found you too late. 327 stammered. Sect Master Qin Yu, are you all right? Qin Yu turned his head, a bright smile on his face. Of course I'm all right, but I want to tell you that from today onwards, you will definitely live a good life. This is my guarantee to you. He reached out and grabbed 327. In this life, he would never let go of her again. Returning to the small courtyard, Qin Yu said he was going into seclusion. Returning to his room, he closed his eyes and lifted his left hand, staring at it. By Feifei, I want to save her. No response. Qin Yu took a deep breath. No matter the cost. Shua. The surface of his left hand flashed with a faint halo. Following that, everything around Qin Yu was shielded. Qin Yu, remember what you said. Qin Yu nodded, his expression calm. I won't regret it. Chapter 1772. Monster Race, Ancestral Land. Monster Pool. Green Deity furrowed her eyebrows, a bit of reluctance in her eyes. But she had absolute trust in Moonfiend. It was because of this that all opposing opinions were forcefully suppressed by her. Within the monster pool, all of the monster fetuses would be born within a month. But now more than half of that time had passed. There were less than 10 days left. The other monster fetuses were better off. Although their birth would affect their future potential, it wouldn't affect their foundation. But the yellow ox monster's monster fetus hadn't been formed for long. It had only just stabilized its vital signs. If it was forcefully born now, it would absolutely lose its memories of its previous life. This was the same as a monster race, great monster perishing here. It wasn't that Green Deity hadn't seen dead people before. Many monster race, great monsters had died. But this one was different. It had entered the monster pool through the back door. And the one who did this was incomparably strong. So strong that Green Deity hadn't been able to sense his origins at all. The yellow ox monster's life or death was a small matter. But if it angered the monster race supreme elder behind it, that would be a situation that Green Deity didn't want to see. She lifted a hand and pointed between her eyebrows. Moonfiend. Shua. A blue demon moon appeared above her head. Green Deity was shrouded in the light of the demon moon, adding to her mysterious beauty. Although monster race women have always been known for their beauty, it is extremely rare to see someone as beautiful as you. Moreover, up until now, you haven't been taken advantage of by a single smelly man. Although I am also a woman, I still want to say, what a reckless waste of heavenly gifts. Moonfiend walked out from the moonlight, her face filled with emotion. Green Deity was expressionless. He ignored her words. Moonfiend, is that the yellow ox monster I mentioned to you? Moonfiend's lips curved up. Her eyes fell on the yellow ox monster's monster fetus. His talent is very ordinary. He relied on time to become a great monster. He really did enter through the back door. Her voice came to a stop. Moon shadows appeared in her eyes as she stubbornly stared at the yellow ox monster. What is it? Green Deity asked after several breaths of time. Moonfiend let out a deep breath. She shook her head and the moon shadows dissipated. It's nothing. The original plan remains the same. 1 month from now, the monster fetus in the monster pool will be born ahead of schedule. After saying that, she raised her hand and pointed. Send this little cow to me. I just happen to be lacking a mount. Qin Shin nodded. All right. There was definitely a problem. Yao Yue's reaction was the best evidence. But since she didn't say anything, the Azure Deity chose to tacitly agree. This was because it was impossible for Yaoyue to betray the monster race. There must be a reason why she chose to hide it. Azure Deity guessed that this might be related to the mighty figure of the demon race who had sent Yellow Ox into the demon pool for reincarnation. After all, Yaoyu had lived for an extremely long period of time. She was practically a living Yao race history. It was normal for her to know many secrets that she did not know. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. After saying that, Yaoyu turned around and left. Yuing disappeared as well. In the next instant, Yao Yu's figure appeared in a pitch-black palace. It was empty, and there was not the slightest movement. Wherever she walked, the torches would automatically light up. It illuminated an extremely magnificent and majestic palace. A long, long time ago, this place had an extremely awe-inspiring name, Sky Demon Temple. That was the most glorious moment of the monster race's countless years of history. Even the ancient remnant bloodline that ruled the world had taken the initiative to concede and announce that the two saints had arrived to rule the world together. However, all of a sudden he vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. The glory of the monster race was like a meteor that cut through the horizon, vanishing in a flash. Then there was endless darkness. Yaoyue suddenly laughed, but her eyes became increasingly cold. This was because just now she had sensed his aura from the yellow ox monster in the demon pool. It was very, very little, but there was absolutely no mistake. That was right. Even the demon pool was something that he had left for the monster race. Casually helping the monster race reincarnate was an extremely simple matter. This time, I will definitely find you. In the empty hall, Yaoyue's voice echoed with incomparable firmness. Little Seven, is there no one in your ancestral land? Qin Yu casually asked as he ate a fruit. 327 was sitting to the side, holding a fruit that had been forcefully shoved into her mouth. She didn't know whether she should eat it or not, so she relaxed and quickly said, "There is someone." Seeing Qin Yu turn to look at her, she nervously picked up the fruit and took a bite. Only then did Qin Yu reveal a satisfied expression. "Hurry up and eat, this fruit is sweet." As he spoke, he took another bite. He waved the fruit at 327, indicating for her to continue speaking. In the past, it was always Autumn who guarded the ancestral temple, but afterwards there were some changes. After Autumn left, no one knew where he went, so another elder was assigned to guard it. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. Autumn. He didn't conceal the surprise on his face. Little Seven, he isn't someone from that clan. Of course he is. Besides Autumn, no one can approach the ancestral temple without the permission of the patriarch. That's strange. How could this Autumn have his own name? 327 shook her head. I don't know either. I asked the elders of the clan before, but they didn't have an answer. Qin Yu's fingers lightly tapped the table a few times. He finished the fruit in 2 or 3 bites and casually tossed the core away, but his thoughts were still spinning. He felt that there was something wrong with this person called Autumn. Moreover, why did he give off a strange feeling when he was mentioned? Unfortunately, he had already left the heavenly paradise and couldn't meet him. Forget it, the end of that clan was near. No matter who he was, he would be destroyed along with them. Suddenly, Qin Yu sat up straight, a look of joy on his face. What's wrong? 327 jumped in fright. Qin Yu waved a hand at her. It's nothing, nothing. You say that, but even a blind person can see that expression on your face, okay? It's too perfunctory, too insincere. 327 rolled her eyes. She then reacted and hurriedly lowered her head. She also found it strange. Recently, Qin Yu had been more and more casual and intimate with her. Moreover, this casual intimacy wasn't deliberate or pretentious. That was why she had unknowingly become presumptuous in front of him. One had to know that the person sitting next to her, chewing on a fruit without a care for his image, was a sword cultivator who was about to break through to the true emperor realm. Once he succeeded, he would be a powerful existence on par with the clan leader, the strongest of the Emperor realm. Fortunately, Qin didn't seem to notice her disrespect just now. 327 relaxed, but couldn't help but feel curious. What good thing had happened to Qin to make him smile so happily? In fact, the reason why Qin was happy was very simple. From this moment on, Mount Azure Dragon had truly fallen into his hands. The spirit of the Azure Dragon had voluntarily entered his body, but it was only to confirm his identity. He still needed time to control it. The change of ownership had already happened, and the succession of authority was only now settled. Fortunately, everything went smoothly during the process, and there wasn't anything wrong. As long as Qin was willing, he could turn from guest to host and become the master of this heavenly paradise at any time. However, if he really did so, Qin would also be in trouble, because currently everyone in that clan, including 327, was like a nail that had been driven into Mount Azure Dragon. The clan leader was the thickest and longest nail. If he forcefully took away the fortune of heaven and earth, it was inevitable that he would cause serious damage to himself. As the new spirit of heaven and earth fortune, Qin would bear the brunt of it and would naturally suffer a backlash. Moreover, once he did so, it was tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. He would have to withstand the crazy counterattack of that clan. It was too dangerous. So, he definitely had to do it, but not now. And the opportunity was actually very close. The Demon Pool. When the clan leader left the heavenly paradise with Qin and risked his life against Moon Fiend, that would be the best opportunity. He was filled with joy at seizing the remnant body of the long-lived race, and his ambition had swelled to its peak. But suddenly the foundation of his clan was cut off. Humph! This difference would definitely feel sour. Qin was incomparably looking forward to that scene. And just as Qin was filled with anticipation, there was a sudden change in the ancestral hall of that clan. On the ancient locust tree, the bronze bell that had hung there for countless years suddenly fell without warning. Dong! With a loud bang, it shattered all over the ground. The clan elder that was alarmed rushed out and saw this scene. He was stunned, and then his body began to tremble. Bell, this bronze bell, it shattered. Shua, the clan leader, directly arrived. As he saw this, his complexion paled. Ah, Patriarch, it wasn't me, I didn't do this. The clan elder hurriedly tried to explain. And at this time, the clan leader was no longer in the mood to bother with this idiot. He stepped forwards and arrived in front of the bronze bell. His complexion became increasingly heavy. It wasn't just because of the bronze bell fragments scattered around his feet, but also because of the ancient locust tree in front of him. Although it still looked lush and green on the surface, the clan leader could feel an extremely thick death energy from the ancient locust tree. It was about to die. The bronze bell shattered, and the ancient locust tree died. The clan leader took a deep breath. He pushed open the door and stepped into the ancestral hall. In the next moment, as if he had been struck by lightning, he froze where he was. Every ancestral tablet in front of him had split open and blood was gushing out from within. On this day, the clan's heavenly paradise was in chaos. All the elders were summoned together. On Dragon Head Mountain, figures hurried over. In the past years, it had never been as lively as it was today. Although the ordinary cultivators of the clan didn't know the truth, they could clearly feel the low pressure within the clan. All of them were panic-stricken and restless. The only place that was peaceful and quiet was Yu's small courtyard. 3277 asked a few questions but was fooled by him. He quickly changed the topic. As for what the truth was in this world, no one knew it better than Yu. This was normal. Their status as the world's destiny spirit had been quietly stolen away. So how could they not have any reaction? But right now, that clan definitely hadn't figured out just how dangerous the situation had become. This was because the new world's destiny spirit, Yu, had allowed that clan to continue borrowing what belonged to them. The 1-month deadline arrived. The clan leader arrived at Qin Yu's small courtyard. Although his expression was calm and there wasn't a hint of emotion on his face, one could still sense a bit of exhaustion. Sect Master Qin, the agreed time has arrived. How much longer do you need to complete your preparations? There was a bit of impatience in his tone. Sect Master Qin, the agreed time has arrived. How much longer do you need to complete your preparations? There was a bit of impatience in his tone. He didn't want to wait any longer. All sorts of changes indicated that the clan had fallen into an extremely perilous situation. At any moment, a great accident could occur. Qin Yu said, "Clan leader, there's no need to wait any longer. I've already broken through." Behind him, the uneasy 3,277's eyes widened. Broke through? When? Why didn't I know? 3 questions of the soul. The clan leader's brows furrowed. Sect Master Qin, something happened in my clan. I'm not in the mood to joke around. Qin Yu smiled and took a step forward. His figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he returned to his original spot. He lifted his hand and sprinkled a white flower. Clan leader, is this evidence enough? The clan leader's heart shook. This white flower was a specialty of Azure Dragon Mountain and only grew near Dragon Head Mountain. That place had already been marked as a forbidden zone. No one was allowed to approach it. Qin Yu's sudden disappearance and return with the white flower in his hand was the best evidence. He had actually broken through to the Emperor realm. Only with a single thought could one achieve everything in a single step. But he had never heard of anyone breaking through to the true Emperor realm in such a quiet manner. An eternal realm body, there was no other explanation. This was absolutely it. Qin Yu didn't need to waste his breath. The clan leader had already found a reason for himself. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. He cupped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, Sect Master Qin, for smoothly reaching the true Emperor realm. With the strength of a sword cultivator, it is enough for you to roam the world." Qin Yu said, "I also have to thank the clan leader." Of course he had to thank him. If it weren't for the clan leader bringing Qin Yu here, how could he have taken such drastic measures? As for breaking through to the true Emperor realm, that was impossible. Qin Yu wasn't even a half-step emperor. He hadn't truly broken through the threshold of the diviner realm. His current half-step emperor realm was all borrowed. As for his ability to instantly travel 10,000 miles with just a thought, it was simple. This was Azure Dragon Mountain, and Qin Yu was its master. Wherever he wanted to go, he could go. 3277 revealed a smile. She knew that she shouldn't act like this in front of the clan leader, but she couldn't help it. The clan leader's eyes swept over her face. Qin Yu said, "There have been some changes during the breakthrough. 3277 and Niu Daodu are still unharmed. But from today onwards, they must follow me. I ask the clan leader for permission." The clan leader nodded. "No problem. But you and I are going to the ancestral land of the monster race, so we can't bring them along. And because of Niu Dingtian, Swallow Mountain isn't safe right now." Qin Yu said, "Then let them continue to stay at Azure Dragon Mountain." The clan leader nodded with a smile. Good. With this, he was completely relieved. With Niu Daodu and 3,277 in his hands, he would undoubtedly have more confidence when facing Qin Yu. After all, the remnant body of a long-lived species was too strange and powerful. If it could quietly break through to the Emperor realm, what else was impossible? Although the trap they had set for Qin Yu had already taken effect, the clan leader wasn't absolutely sure how effective it would be. Therefore, it was best to maintain this relationship without shedding all pretense of cordiality. "Sect Master Qin, there's no time to lose. When should we leave?" Facing the true sovereign realm, Qin Yu, the patriarch displayed the utmost respect. Qin Yu said considerately, "Since there's no time to lose, let's leave immediately." He turned and said, 3277, stay here and take care of Nyo Daudu. Don't go anywhere before I return. Do you understand? 3277 respectfully nodded. Clan leader, let's go. Swish! Qin Yu took a step forward and instantly disappeared. The clan leader followed closely behind. Soon, the two appeared at the edge of the paradise. Qin Yu said, Clan leader, I'll leave it to you to continue our journey so that Moon Fiend doesn't notice us. After all, the best way to achieve the greatest effect is to catch them off guard. The clan leader nodded in deep agreement. Qin Yu's aura concealment method was indeed powerful. Even with his cultivation, he still couldn't sense Qin Yu's true emperor aura at such a close distance. It wouldn't be difficult to hide it from Moon Fiend. When the battle erupted, Qin Yu would suddenly attack Moon Fiend and erupt with the strength of a true Emperor Realm sword cultivator. Very good. Then I'll have to trouble Sect Master Qin. The clan leader smiled. With a flick of his sleeve, the two left the paradise. Reading room. Chapter 1773. Monster Ancestral Land. Space suddenly trembled, and the Patriarch and Qin Yu appeared. I have already notified the Dongting Master. He will arrive soon. Qin Yu nodded. As for my breakthrough, I asked Patriarch to keep it a secret. Sect Master Qin, don't worry. I know what I am doing. The Patriarch's eyes flashed. He has arrived. Space shook once more. But soon, the Patriarch's complexion darkened, because at this moment, two figures walked out from the shaking space. One of them was the Dongting Master, and the other, Qin Yu's pupils shrank. The other person was the ancient remnant that had fished at the peak of Star, Sifting Mountain. Little Meaty had once made some sort of deal with him, but Qin Yu didn't know the specifics. But now, none of this was important. What was important was that this ancient remnant recognized Qin Yu. As long as they met, it was possible that Qin Yu's next plan would be ruined. But with things having reached this step, there was no way to avoid it. He could only take it one step at a time. The Dongting Master cupped his hands together and smiled. Patriarch, Sect Master Qin, this saint has been summoned. He turned and led the way. This is the fisherman, another true sovereign of the saint race. This saint specially invited him here to prevent any accidents. The Patriarch took a deep breath and smiled. This is good. With the fisherman joining us, our chances will be greater. The fisherman wore a raincoat. He stepped forward and cupped his hands together. Greetings, Patriarch, Sect Master Qin. His expression was calm. His eyes were also calm. The Patriarch smiled and nodded. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. The atmosphere eased, but everyone had their own thoughts. But Qin Yu was undoubtedly the most surprised and relieved one. The fisherman acted as if he didn't know him at all. But it was clear that the true sovereign's memory wasn't that bad. The other party chose to remain silent. No matter what the reason was, it was good news for Qin Yu. At the very least, this gave Qin Yu time to adjust and move. The fishermen retreated and stood together with the Dongting Master. The clan leader squinted his eyes and smilingly said, Everyone, since everyone is here, let's make our move as soon as possible, in case something unexpected happens. Although he was calm on the surface, he was inwardly angry. Today, he was tricked by the Lord of Dongting. If the two true sovereigns of the ancient era joined hands, it would be very difficult for him to deal with them. It would be very difficult for him to monopolize the remains of the immortal species. But now they could not show it. Otherwise, it would be foolish for them to start an internal strife before they even fought. The Patriarch made the same choice as Qin Yu. He temporarily maintained his composure and took things one step at a time. The Lord of Dongting nods with a smile. Okay. Swish the four true sovereigns flew into the monster race's ancestral land at the same time. What greeted them was still the familiar fog, but this time there were no demons to stop them. It was as if the demon clan's ancestral land did not notice their intrusion at all. Humph! The Lord of Dongting sneers. God Ching, do you think we can't break in if you pretend not to know? What a joke! Open for me. He flicked his sleeve, and the sound of roaring waves immediately rang out. The fog in front of him was directly washed away. The Lord of Dongting takes the first step. I will open the way. Follow me. This posture was completely different from when he was scared to death by the demon moon and fled in panic. It was very arrogant, but it was really effective. The four true sovereigns tore apart the fog of the demon clan's ancestral land and stepped into it. Swish! God Ching appeared. Her face was cold, and her eyes were even colder. Lord of Dongting, how dare you break into the demon clan's ancestral land? The Lord of Dongting laughed. God Ching, you will soon find that my courage is bigger than you think. With that, he licked the corner of his mouth. Humph! God Ching flicked her sleeve, and the sky was full of blue gas, which turned into a vast sea of clouds, covering the sky and the sun. The patriarch suddenly said, God Ching, you have to think about it. Once we fight, the true sovereigns outside will sense it and will come here. The existence of the demon pool is likely to be exposed. Do you think the Qin state will attack you if it knows this? God Ching's face changed slightly. At this moment, a blue demonic moon suddenly appeared in the distance. It was illusory, half hidden in the clouds, like a bubble illusion. God Ching, don't talk nonsense with them. If they dare to touch the demon pool, let them come. It's the demonic moon. God Ching glanced at the crowd, turned around, took a step back, and disappeared directly. The Lord of Dongting, who was slightly dispirited, burned again. Humph! So what if it's the demonic moon? She is only one person, but we have four true sovereigns. The patriarch said lightly, I hope that the Lord of Dongting can still maintain his current momentum and courage in the face-to-face battle. Let's go. He took a step forward. Stepping on the void, he went straight to the demon clan's ancestral land. The reason why he didn't come was that he was cautious. After all, the demon clan had existed for a long time, and no one knew whether they had other trump cards. It was better to be cautious than to be careless and suffer losses directly. The Lord of Dongting snorted and followed. Of course, he knew that there was now a gap between him and the patriarch, but there was no other way. He couldn't just watch as his efforts went to waste and all his hard work went to the bridal gown of others. Moreover, this was the ruined body of a long-lived being. As long as he could seize it, even if he had to fall out with the patriarch, it would be worth it. Qin Yu and the fisherman were the last to arrive. Perhaps it was because the two of them were restricting each other, but the patriarch and the Lord of Dongting didn't pay much attention to them. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and then decided to take the initiative to speak. Mr. Fisherman, we meet again. He looked ahead without expression. Only his lips moved. The fisherman lightly said, Sect Master Qin, I never thought that after so long you would have such achievements. You are indeed worthy of being chosen by that person. Qin Yu said, Mr. Fisherman is too serious. It was just luck. Just as he decided to end the small talk and get straight to the point, the fisherman suddenly said, Sect Master Qin, rest assured that since I didn't say anything about what happened between you and me, I will naturally keep it a secret. In return, I hope to know whether or not that person will take action today. If Little Meat was going to do something, what was the point of them doing? Escaping was the most important thing. If they interfered in a battle between long-lived beings, even a true sovereign would die. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then shook his head. The fisherman let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Now we are even. But I will not give up on the lucky chance at the monster pool today. You and I will use our own methods. Qin Yu said, all right. The result was even better than he imagined. But Qin Yu was well aware that the reason the fisherman was so easy to talk to wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he feared Little Meat. After all, Little Meat had been very serious and had repeatedly reminded the fishermen that Qin Yu was one of her people. The importance of this could be imagined. That was good. As long as the fishermen didn't jump out and cause trouble, Qin Yu would be able to win this round. Use our own abilities? Humph humph. What qualifications do you have to use your own abilities against me? Bai Fei Fei is one of my people. At the very least, she can be considered a mutually beneficial transaction partner. As for Moon Fiend, she has already reached an agreement with me. That clan was sitting at the mouth of a volcano without knowing it. Once the time came, Qin Yu could overturn them. As for the Dongting Master and the fishermen, whether or not the latter would dare to attack him was another matter altogether. Only the Dongting Master was left. He didn't know whether or not Moon Fiend would kill him, but if there was a chance, Qin Yu would definitely cut him down with his sword. That damn thing. Qin Yu couldn't help but grit his teeth as he recalled the way he looked at 327. In summary, Qin Yu was already in an invincible position in this round of the monster pool. Shwa, shwa. The four true sovereigns crossed through space, crossing the monster race's ancestral land and heading straight into its depths. It was unknown whether it was because they had received a warning from the two monster race true sovereigns ahead of time, but the many monsters living here didn't act rashly despite their icy cold eyes filled with resentment. The journey was smooth without any accidents or disturbances. The group of four arrived at Heaven Devil City. Further behind them were the two Heaven Devil Mountains. Currently, the Heaven Devil Mountains were seething with monster energy. Giant monster phantoms shot into the skies, locking onto the four true sovereigns as they roared in anger. The Patriarch's complexion didn't change. He lifted a hand and pressed down. Bang! Between the heavens and earth, an invisible hand seemed to fall down. The numerous monster phantoms on the Heaven Devil Mountains were instantly turned to ashes. The Dongting Master wasn't to be outdone. Even at this moment, he was deliberately displaying his strength in order to deter the Patriarch so that he didn't dare to act rashly. Humph! He coldly sneered. Black water instantly bloomed, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the two Heaven Devil Mountains like black clouds wove together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud explosion erupted from the black clouds. Heavy rain poured down, covering the entire Heaven Devil Mountains. All of the monster phantoms emitted mournful cries. Black smoke billowed out from their bodies, and they quickly dissipated. Dongting Master, what a good method. The Patriarch's complexion relaxed. The ancient remnant races were indeed skilled in dealing with the monster race. The Dongting Master said, Patriarch, this saint also had no other choice. I hope you can understand. The Patriarch said, I understand. On the surface, the confrontation between the two sides had come to an end and the atmosphere had eased. But only they knew what the actual situation was. After flying over the Heaven Devil Mountains, they arrived at the core area of the monster race's ancestral land, the huge plain. Now, the ground was broken and many stone tablets had fallen. The severely rotten monster's body tore open the ground and drilled out. Looking at the four intruders, it raised its head and roared angrily. Its blood-red eyes were filled with cold and violent murderous intent. Yao Yu and Qing Shin stood in the air. The azure light of the demonic moon sprinkled down from the sky and enveloped everything. The Patriarch and the Dongting Master's faces instantly became solemn. Even the true Emperor realm wasn't completely fearless. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many true emperors dying in the past. After all, the monster race was the oldest race that had existed in this world for the longest time. Being at the core of the ancestral land, with Yao Yu and Qing Shin guarding it, even if the four true emperors joined forces, they still had to be careful. Patriarch, are you going back on your word? I'm very angry. Yao Yu went straight to the point. The Patriarch said, Yao Yu, I am truly sorry. I don't want to go back on my word, but I have no other choice. He cupped his hands together and said, Today, since we have returned, that is enough to show our attitude. We will not give up until we achieve our goal. Yao Yu, if you are willing to back down and hand over the demon pool, I can guarantee that the other race will be willing to ally with the monster race. From now on, we will share weal and woe and work together to gain a foothold in this world. The Dongting Master said, the Saint race is also willing to let go of our former enmity and ally with the monster race. At that time, with the strength of our three forces, even the Qin Empire will have to think twice and won't dare to force us too much. Yao Yu sneered. You came to our doorstep and bullied my monster race to this point. Do you think these words are meaningful? She lifted a hand. Less nonsense. Let's fight first. If you can suppress me, the monster race will naturally be at your disposal. Otherwise, you will all stay behind and become food for my monster race children. Hum! Above her head, the demonic moon shined brightly. Roar! Roar! From the shattered earth, rotting monster corpses rushed out. Monster energy soared into the sky, containing an endless aura of death. Under the illumination of the demonic moon, their strength was greatly enhanced. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yao Yu, today I will let you know that the methods of your monster race are worthless in the eyes of the saint race. The Dongting Master clenched his teeth and roared. He lifted his hands, and with a loud rumble, the sound of roaring waves rose up behind him. A black lake appeared above his head. This lake could be regarded as the appearance of his great tool. Now, as the lake water boiled and tumbled, thick water vapor shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, thick black clouds wove together. This scene was extremely similar to when the great monster phantoms were killed on the Tianyao mountain. It was just that back then, it was just a casual strike. But now, the Dongting Master had used his full strength. His great tool had appeared, and he had even summoned the lake. Of course, he attacked with all his strength, but the result was a bit miserable. This was because the rising water vapor didn't have time to condense into clouds. Instead, it was directly evaporated beneath the blue moonlight. Since it couldn't condense into clouds, it naturally couldn't rain. Thus, it couldn't cause any damage to the revived great monsters. The Dongting Master's face suddenly flushed red. The fisherman stepped forward. I will help you. He flicked his sleeves, and waves surged up from the black lake. A black dragon drilled out, tumbling endlessly in the lake. The waves of the black lake became even stronger. Waves crazily swept out in all directions. Suddenly, the black dragon roared and broke through the water. It rode the water vapor and flew into the skies. As the saying goes, the wind follows the tiger and the clouds follow the dragon. With the appearance of the black dragon, the clouds immediately condensed. With a loud rumble, heavy rain began to pour down. Yao Yu frowned. Fisherman, I didn't think that an old turtle like you would still be alive. The fisherman was expressionless, but the third eye between his eyebrows began to stir. It was clear that his heart wasn't as calm as it seemed. If your Excellency Yao Yu doesn't die, how could I dare to leave first? Yao Yu raised an eyebrow. You are just as bold as before, unlike this toad. Apart from his tone, his courage has become even smaller. Thank you for your praise, Your Excellency Yao Yu. The fisherman cupped his hands together and bowed. One could see the fear in his voice. And at this time, the falling rain had already covered all the rotting, great monster corpses. Every drop that fell on the monster corpses was like magma. They instantly rotted away, their flesh and bones, leaving behind a transparent hole. The monster corpses roared out in pain. But this pain also stimulated their anger and killing intent. They rushed forwards, even faster. The patriarch stepped forwards. Yao Yu, with just a bunch of corpses. Do you think you can stop me? Bang! Bang! Stone spikes erupted from the earth. They were like terrifying spears that drilled out from the earth, stabbing into the bodies of the revived great monsters. Sharp spikes jutted out from the middle of the stone spikes. They sank into the flesh and blood of the revived great monsters, lifting them into the air. These revived great monsters became targets. They were nailed to the ground, only able to passively withstand the onslaught of the rain. Roar! Roar! With angry roars, the monster corpses shattered the stone spikes. But before they could break free, new stone spikes would ruthlessly pierce into their bodies. They could only let the torrential rain wash over them like thorny brushes, grinding their flesh and bones into powder layer by layer. Chapter 1774. Beneath a true emperor, all of them were ants. Within the monster ancestral land, these monster corpses were extremely terrifying after they were revived and strengthened by the demonic moon. Even so, facing the attacks of 3 true emperors, they were like chickens that couldn't even withstand a single blow. But the patriarch couldn't help but frown. This was because things were far too simple. As for Moon Yaoyue and Blue God, they didn't stop them at all. They allowed them to destroy all the monster corpses. Something wasn't right. The Dongting Lord laughed. A bunch of dead things dare to act so arrogantly in front of the saint race? Destroy them all. His face was filled with joy. The monster race had always been the servants of the saint race. But as a dignified true emperor, he actually trembled in fear in front of Moon Yaoyue. This was a great humiliation. Today he would kill Moon Yaoyue and destroy the foundation of the monster race. Bang, bang. Monster corpses fell to the ground one by one. Their bodies shattered and disintegrated into countless fragments. Moon Yaoyue lifted a hand and pointed at the blue demonic moon above her head. Dongting Lord, don't worry. The show has only just begun. In the center of the blue demonic moon, a dark red color suddenly appeared. It was extremely rich and red. It instantly spread out and dyed the entire demonic moon. Blood covered the earth. On the ground, a thick layer of demonic corpse fragments stacked on top of each other began to squirm and grow together in the blood-red light. Soon, they grew into an incomparably fierce monster that was thousands of feet tall. Roar! It reared its head back and roared. The patriarch's pupils shrank, and he had a dignified expression. At this time, he actually felt a trace of threat from this monster corpse that was pieced together from monster corpse fragments. Moon Yaoyue coldly sneered. Spectral heavenly monster, kill them! Roar! The sky demon of the dead roared and charged at the master of the Dongting Cave and the fisherman. It spread its arms and summoned endless demonic power and the aura of death that rumbled like a flood. It covered the heavens and earth as it came crashing down. Shwa! Blue God's figure landed in front of the patriarch. He flicked his sleeves and blue energy erupted. As for Moon Yaoyue, her eyes fell on Qinyu. Emperor Realm's sword cultivator? You hid well, but this is the monster ancestral land. I can see everything. She coldly sneered. You want to sneak attack me? I'll kill you first. Bang! Her figure disappeared in an instant. Qinyu raised his hand, and the mountain river sword slashed down. In the next instant, a terrifying explosion erupted. Yao Yu appeared and dodged the sword aura. Too slow. Although your sword is sharp, it's useless if it can't touch me. Moon Fiend raised his hand and waved it in front of him. Shwa! She and Qinyu vanished from sight. The patriarch panicked. Their plan had surpassed their expectations. Moon Fiend had sensed Qinyu's strength and had chosen to attack him first. Once Qinyu was killed, today's matters would no longer be possible. Get out of my way! With a roar, the clan leader punched out. The green deity was like a shadow, constantly flashing and disappearing. It did not confront him head-on at all, choosing to entangle him so that he would not be able to escape. That, without a doubt, caused the clan chief to be even more certain of his guess, and he became even more anxious. The master of Dongting, the fisherman, attack with everything you have and don't hold anything back. If anything happens to Qinyu, neither you nor I will be able to escape unscathed. Even though the 4 true emperors had joined hands, they were at a disadvantage right from the start. This sudden turn of events had caught them completely off guard. In particular, this undead heavenly monster was formed from the flesh and blood of an inanimate object. It had no intelligence and was intrepid. It feared death, and its strength was terrifying. Its frenzied attacks had actually managed to stall the master of Dongting and the fisherman. The fisherman took a deep breath. The patriarch is right. You and I will join forces to suppress the monster race first. Everything else can be discussed later. Okay. The master of Dongting clenched his teeth. Bang! The two ancient true emperors erupted with their complete strength. The entire black lake soared into the skies and fused into the black dragon's body. Its massive body instantly solidified, as if it were a living creature. With a loud roar, the black dragon rushed out, fighting with the undead heavenly monster. But in reality, Moon Fiend and Qin Yu's current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. The massive palace was filled with a grand momentum. Moon Fiend sat in the master seat, a lazy expression on her face. Qin Yu, you've come to my monster race. How is your plan going? As she spoke, she casually patted a trembling cow beneath her feet. Qin Yu said, Don't worry, I have already made my preparations. Moon Fiend, I will need you to make a move and keep that patriarch here. Of course. A cold light flashed in Moon Fiend's eyes. Since you intruded into my monster race's ancestral land, you can forget about leaving. The little cow, who was already trembling in fear, fell to its knees with a thud. Moon Fiend frowned and looked over. The cow trembled. It looked up in panic and suddenly saw Qin Yu. In the next moment, it froze. Its teary eyes stared straight at him. It was unknown where the strength and courage came from, but the cow suddenly rushed out, running straight towards Qin Yu. Moo! Moo! Its cry was filled with anger. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't know what had happened to this weak yellow cow monster that had dared to be so insolent towards him. His figure flickered, and he directly dodged, grabbing its horns. The little yellow cow was still roaring angrily. Its hooves were constantly kicking the ground with all its might. Moon Fiend, what's wrong with it? But there was no answer to this question. Qin Yu turned his head and saw that Moon Fiend was staring at him, her eyes frightening. It was as if she had crossed 1,000 mountains and rivers, pierced through the heavens and earth, and finally found her. You've seen him. Shua. Moon Fiend's figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. At this moment, her expression was extremely complex. There was excitement, there was resentment, there was joy, there was killing intent. Qin Yu took a step back. He said in a low voice, Moon Fiend, what is the meaning of this? Moon Fiend took a deep breath and said, Qin Yu, I want to ask you something. Answer me honestly, otherwise don't blame me for falling out with you. What is it? This yellow cow monster said that it was someone with you who sent it into the monster pool to reincarnate, right? Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. He glanced at the struggling cow he had grabbed by its horns. He suddenly understood why this little thing had gone crazy the moment it saw him. It was it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu nodded. He could tell from Moon Fiend's attitude that while he didn't understand the cow's roars, Moon Fiend clearly did. If he denied this, she would definitely flip out on the spot. Where is he? Moon Fiend anxiously asked. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Meaty had arrived in the central wilderness a long time ago, he knew this. For instance, Niu Dingtian, the fisherman outside, and even Jiang Huan of Immortal Seeking Tower were all old acquaintances of hers. And this Moon Fiend in front of him was also one of them. However, looking at the complex expression on Moon Fiend's face, Qin Yu wasn't sure what their relationship was. Good sister? It didn't seem like it. If, because of Meaty, he provoked an old enemy, then that would be a joke. That would be a big problem. If Moon Fiend turned hostile, then it would be extremely troublesome for him. Hurry up and speak. Where is he? Moon Fiend clenched her jaws. Qin Yu lifted a hand. Calm down, calm down. I am not familiar with him. We only walked together for a while, and then he suddenly left. Now, I have no idea where he went. In a situation where he couldn't figure out the truth. He definitely couldn't speak the truth. Moon Fiend frowned. He suddenly left? Her expression suddenly twisted. That's right, this is his personality. He is extremely irresponsible, coming and going as he pleases. That bastard. Qi knew. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with these words? He carefully looked at Moon Fiend. She was gasping for breath and clenching her jaws, as if she had been abandoned. No, that wasn't right. Meaty was a woman, and Moon Fiend was also a woman. The two of them didn't match. Could they be lesbians? Hiss! Qinyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly thought of Baiji. Could that woman have sensed that Meaty had an abnormal aura? Was that why she was so bold and dared to have thoughts about her that she shouldn't have? How shocking! Cough! Moon Fiend, you also know him? Moon Fiend sneered. Of course I know him. He is the infamous Heavenly Monster King. In the past, even the ancient people had to give way to him. He has captured the hearts of countless female cultivators in the world. How could I not know such a great character? Cough, cough, cough. Qinyu violently coughed. It wasn't because of the name Heavenly Monster King, but because the words captured the hearts of countless female cultivators were far too shocking. Meaty, was he really that sort of person? Moreover, he was a porcelain version of a womanizer? Luckily, he hadn't spoken the truth just now. Otherwise, looking at Moon Fiend, he would have known that she was one of the women he had hurt in the past. Hee. A woman that turned love into hate was the most terrifying and ruthless. He absolutely could not admit to his relationship with Meaty, not even a single word about it. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated by her. Meaty, you're really something. Qinyu racked my brains, but never would I have imagined that you were such a person. Moon Fiend frowned, her eyes icy cold. Do you have a different opinion? Qinyu quickly shook his head, decisively saying, No. He angrily said, What I hate the most in my life are those people who abandon me after using me. They are truly despicable. Moon Fiend nodded. You're right. But soon she frowned. Qinyu, you aren't lying to me? He really left? He really left. I swear that I absolutely didn't lie to you. Qinyu solemnly said, Moon Fiend, don't worry. If I ever see him again in the future, I will definitely tell you. Moon Fiend said, Then I must thank Sect Master Qin. It's only right. Qinyu lowered his head. He glanced at the little yellow cow and quickly changed the topic. Is this the yellow cow monster that was sent into the monster pool? How did it end up in such a situation now? Moon Fiend lightly said, Once the seal in the monster pool is broken, the monster pool will inevitably be destroyed and it can only be reborn ahead of schedule. It can already be considered lucky to retain its memories of its past life. As for things like cultivation talent, it shouldn't be too extravagant. The little yellow cow's eyes were wet with tears. It glared at Qinyu and roared again and again. Moo, moo, you bastards! This is all your fault. Otherwise, how could I have fallen to such a state? Qinyu revealed an awkward expression. After all, he had also participated in this matter. He thought for a moment and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know that things would develop to this point. But don't worry, I will compensate you in the future and help you restore your cultivation. The little yellow cow continued to struggle. Moon Fiend glanced at it. This fellow immediately gave up. Chapter 1775. Moon Fiend said, Sect Master Qin doesn't need to interfere with Yellow Ox's cultivation. I'm prepared to make him my mount, so I'll help him out a little. Qinyu nodded. To be able to be taken in as a mount by Moon Fiend is also a good fortune. He let go of the bull horn and looked around. Where is this place? Sky Demon Temple. Yaoyue coldly smiled. In the past, the place he founded was also the most glorious era of my monster race. Qinyu's eyes suddenly stopped on a mural. He saw Yaoyue's figure. Next to Yaoyue, the person who seemed to be very close to her was actually a man. He had starry eyebrows and sword-like eyes. So handsome. That is, Moon Fiend frowned. He looked at Qinyu and said, "You traveled with him for some time, and yet you don't know him?" It was like a bolt of lightning had struck him in the head. His entire body stiffened. Meaty. He was meaty. How was this possible? Ah, it's this mural. I can't see it clearly. Qinyu covered up his loss of composure, his thoughts still in a knot. Who could tell him what was going on? Man? Woman? He was a little confused. Moon Fiend suspiciously looked at Qinyu. After not finding anything, he frowned and said, "All right, let's not talk about him for now. Let's get down to business first." Qinyu took a deep breath. Let's get down to business first. He said, "In a moment, I will suddenly make a move and launch a sneak attack on that clan leader. I will cooperate with you and kill him here." Moon Fiend said, "Sure." She stood up. "It's about time. Let's go." "All right." Qinyu reached out a hand and patted the little yellow cow. "Brother Yellow Cow, farewell." At the same time, a voice rang in the yellow bull demon's heart. "Don't say anything that you shouldn't, or I'll stew you." As for the matter of Little Meaty, it was best to wait until later. If he made it clear now, who knew whether or not Fiendish Moon would go crazy? The next moment, in the depths of the demon race's ancestral grounds, bang! Space shattered as a monstrous sword aura erupted. What accompanied it was Yaoyue's cold voice. As expected of a sword cultivator of the true Emperor realm, you are indeed difficult to kill. But today, you will not be able to escape. She appeared and raised her hand. Bang! The phantom of a mountain suddenly appeared, suppressing Qinyu within. A sword chime erupted, and the mountain river sword slashed out brazenly. A terrifying sword aura pierced through heaven and earth. In an instant, it collided with the shadow of the mountain, causing a deafening explosion. "Patriarch, help me." Qinyu clenched his teeth and shouted. The clan leader raised his hand and punched out, temporarily forcing Qin back. Shua! His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Qinyu. "Sect Master Qin." Before he could finish, the clan chief's eyes widened, and his face was filled with anger. In front of him, a terrifying sword aura erupted in an instant. Without the slightest hesitation, it went straight for his head. "Qinyu!" With a furious roar, the clan chief hastily made a move to block. Bang! Like a boulder, he was sent flying. As he tumbled, blood sprayed everywhere. Caught off guard, he took Qinyu's sword head-on. If not for the fact that the clan leader was an Emperor Realm expert, he would have been severely injured at the very least. However, before the clan leader could even catch his breath, the space around him shattered and Yaoyue punched out. Bang! The clan leader was sent flying by the attack. The situation had suddenly changed. The two ancient true emperors who had already gained the upper hand in the battle against the sky demon, the expressions of the Dongting Lord and the fisherman changed. Shua! Shua! Without hesitation, the two retreated at the same time. At this moment, Qin Shin's figure quietly appeared behind the clan leader. She raised her arms, and a green aura filled her body. However, at this moment, her expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, she stopped and disappeared. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted and slashed at Qin Shin. The clan leader finally stopped and got a chance to catch his breath. In his hand, he held a golden longsword. A terrifying aura surged out from the sword. His eyes were filled with hatred as he locked onto Qinyu. Sect Master Qin, why? Qinyu was expressionless. "Because I want you dead." The clan leader's expression was ferocious as he roared, "Kill me? You're courting death." He raised his hand and clenched it, but in the end nothing happened. Qinyu was still standing in front of him, safe and sound. The clan leader's complexion became increasingly ugly. The remnant body of a long-lived being is truly terrifying. It was actually able to dissolve all the cards I left on your body. He looked up and swept his eyes over everyone. You didn't hear wrong. Qin Yu does indeed have the remnant body of a long-lived being on his body. That is why he was able to obtain his current strength in such a short period of time. Moon Fiend, I am willing to give up on my plan for the monster pond as long as you are willing to join forces with me to kill Qin Yu. Moon Fiend shook his head. I do not believe someone who goes back on their word. The clan leader laughed, his voice billowing out like waves. It looks like the two of you have already colluded with each other to set up this trap to keep me here. He raised the golden sword in his hand. But I will not be so easily killed by you. After all, in this world, you aren't the only ones with cards up your sleeves. Bang! The golden sword fiercely slashed out. However, this sword didn't attack anyone. It cut straight into the heavens. Moon Fiend's complexion changed. Lord Imperial Scholar, are you still not going to attack? The clan leader shouted. Shua! The figure of a Taoist appeared in front of everyone through the crack that had been created by the golden sword. This was the great Qin Imperial Scholar. He faintly smiled and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Patriarch. He looked up at Qin Yu and said, Sect Master Qin, your cooperation with my great Qin doesn't seem sincere. So, I ask you not to take offense. I have made some other preparations. Qin Yu's heart sank. The appearance of the great Qin Imperial Scholar was beyond his expectations. But since things had come to this, he could only face it. Imperial Scholar, you want to save that clan leader? Don't forget, dealing with that clan is the will of His Majesty, the Qin Empire's Emperor. The Imperial Scholar smiled and shook his head. I thank Sect Master Qin for the reminder. I naturally will not go against His Majesty's will. I will not save that clan leader, nor do I have any intention of fighting over the remnant body of a long-lived being. He turned and looked at the incomparably massive, spectral, heavenly monster. His eyes shined. My goal is that... Moon Fiend stepped forward. Imperial Scholar, it seems you haven't asked for my opinion. A terrifying aura was released from her body. The Imperial Scholar smiled. If I were Moon Fiend, I wouldn't have chosen to force my hand at this moment. Otherwise, who knows what the outcome would have been today. Moon Fiend coldly coughed, but didn't speak. The current situation was extremely delicate. If the Imperial Scholar didn't intervene, then that clan leader would inevitably find it difficult to escape calamity. But if he did intervene, then, with the Imperial Scholar's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to resist Moon Fiend. At that time, even if Qin Yu betrayed them, the monster race wouldn't hold the advantage. That clan leader wasn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, the golden sword he summoned was terrifyingly strong. Qin Yu suddenly said, Moon Fiend, make your move. Today he could not retreat. Otherwise, if the Imperial Scholar really succeeded, what could he do if he went back on his word? Since he had already made his move, he could only follow this path to the end. Moon Fiend coldly sneered. Good. Then let me experience the Imperial Scholar's strength and see whether or not it has increased in these past years. The Imperial Scholar lightly sighed. Today's matter wasn't what I wanted. Whatever, let's fight. Bang! The two true sovereigns instantly collided. This time it wasn't an act. Moon Fiend attacked with everything he had. But the Imperial Scholar was truly worthy of being called the only existence under the heavens that could face Emperor Qin and protect himself. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. In particular, as he attacked, chilling winds began to stir up between the heavens and earth. Faint traces of gray fog began to appear in the air. Roar, roar. The spectral heavenly monster roared again and again, restless and restless. Qin Yu! The clan leader let out a furious roar and charged forward. Bang! The golden sword cut down. Qin Yu was expressionless. He slashed out with the mountain and river sword, not taking a single step back. Bang! The two peerless divine weapons collided. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu stormed backwards. In this frontal collision, he had fallen into a disadvantage. But at this time, the clan leader revealed a look of shock and anger. "You haven't broken into the true sovereign realm." Qin Yu said, "That's right." The patriarch's pupils shrank. He thought back to Qin Yu's performance at Azure Dragon Mountain. With a single thought, he could travel 10,000 miles in an instant. That was the true ability of a true sovereign. If it weren't for this, the clan leader wouldn't have so easily believed his words. But now the truth was that Qin Yu hadn't broken through? Then how did he do it? The clan leader suddenly recalled what had happened in the ancestral temple. The bronze bell had shattered, the ancient scholar tree had withered, the memorial tablet had cracked open and bled. His eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at Qin Yu. Great waves rose in his heart. "Just who are you?" Qin Yu was silent for a moment. He raised the sword in his hand. "Someone who wants to collect a debt from you." He took a step forward. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed. It was like some strength from the outside world had instantly poured into his body. Although Qin Yu's aura hadn't changed, the feeling he gave off was different. If it were anyone else, they might not have been able to immediately sense it. However, to the clan leader, this scene was like a bolt from the blue that heavily struck his heart. His eyes reddened in a flash. The destiny of the world, this was the destiny of the world. The clan leader finally understood why all sorts of terrifying omens had appeared in the ancestral temple. So it turned out that Qin Yu had already quietly seized the foundation of that clan without them noticing at all. What made his chest feel like it was on fire, making him feel an unbearable pain, was that he had personally brought Qin Yu back to his heavenly passage world and sent him to Azure Dragon Mountain. He originally thought that he was the one controlling everything and turning Qin Yu into a chess piece in his hands. But the reality was a heavy slap to the clan leader's face. And once they lost their status as the spirit of the world's destiny, the fate of that clan could be imagined. "Qin Yu!" The clan leader roared, his killing intent nearly tangible. "I will kill you!" Bang! The clan leader rushed out. The golden sword in his hand erupted with a dazzling light, like a great golden sun. Across from him, Qin Yu had a calm expression. "Then today, you and I will fight to the death. I will live and you will die." As his words fell, he took a step forwards. The mountain and river sword pierced through the world. Chapter 1776. In terms of cultivation, the imperial advisor and Yao, you were undoubtedly the strongest. But as they fought, the most brutal ones were undoubtedly Qin Yu and the patriarch. Both sides were truly bloodshot. They were determined to kill each other at all costs. This kind of ruthlessness of abandoning everything and putting oneself in a dead end caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. The imperial scholar frowned. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, a dignified expression on his face. He had already sensed something, a new spirit of providence. To be honest, this was out of the imperial tutor's expectations. But there was one thing without a doubt. That clan was finished. This was very good, because the eradication of that clan was originally carried out by the imperial preceptor in accordance with His Majesty's wishes, to take action to get rid of the scourge. Great Qin did not want to see a sword cultivator become a new heaven and earth fate spirit. This was especially so since this sword cultivator did not have a close relationship with Great Qin. Moon Fiend said, "State Preceptor, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You are truly arrogant." She was smiling, but her eyes were icy cold. "It seems that when I slumbered, the powerhouses of this world have already forgotten what awe is." Boom within Yao Yu's body. Flames instantly gushed out, wrapping her within. Crimson like blood. The imperial preceptor's expression changed slightly. He raised his hand and made a pulling motion. The space immediately shattered, and countless gray, deathly auras surged out, turning into a surging river. The mist roiled violently as numerous human faces appeared one after another. They howled and howled miserably, and their voices were sharp like iron nails that pierced into one's mind. In the next moment, Moonfiend took a step forward and charged into the river of death aura. Rumble blood-colored flames were burning, and earth-shattering explosions rang out continuously. The entire river of death energy was boiling. Deity Qing took a step forward and landed on the head of the undead sky demon. He stared coldly at the master of the Dongting Lake and the fisherman. Roar the heavenly undead demon roared and charged out. With the help of the Azure deity, its ferocious aura grew even stronger. 4 versus 4. Both sides were evenly matched, and the battle had reached its climax. That clan, Grotto Heaven's secret realm, just as 327 was cultivating, she suddenly felt her heart palpitate. It felt as if the sky above them had completely collapsed at this moment. Swish she abruptly stood up and rushed out of the courtyard. When she looked up, she saw an extremely terrifying scene. The sky was really broken. Then the entire Mount Azure dragon began to shake violently, as if a cow was turning over. Rumble! The mountain shattered, and huge rocks tumbled everywhere. Mount Azure Dragon, which was originally like a fairyland, turned into a mess in the blink of an eye. The shocked and enraged roars of the cultivators of that race could be heard everywhere. One by one, the elders of the clan disregarded the rules and flew into the air. Their faces instantly turned pale, because Dragonhead Mountain had collapsed. Mountain's Ansoff of clan. The destiny of heaven and earth had changed owners. Ah! One of the clan elders howled miserably. Why? Qing God. Blood, tears, tears of clan of. Elder of Pan Dragon where the clan was heard. Came of the roof, the of the person. Patra was patrioff the you of the clan of the next was of. People rushed high, other you, clan of Chin. He see water pool of the water was evaporating and disappearing. That clan's cultivator who was currently reviving released a miserable howl, feeling extreme despair. One of them had already fully condensed his physical body, and he flew out of the pool of rebirth with all his might. But before he could show any joy on his face, he fell into endless fear. Ah! In front of everyone's eyes, this cultivator's body melted and festered like a candle. Elder, save me! Elder, save me! He howled mournfully. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a pile of minced meat. The scene caused all the elders to feel as if they had fallen into an icy pit. 327 bit his lips, his face pale and his vision turning black. There was no reason, but his intuition told him that the one who did all of this was Chinyu, and she was undoubtedly the one who had helped Chinyu. In other words, she had single-handedly caused that clan to fall into such a state. That clan leader was as crazy as a devil. He had already sensed what was happening in the world of the heavenly passage. His eyes were bloodshot. Chinyu! 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 Every time he roared, he would strike with his sword. His terrifying aura covered the heavens and earth. Chinyu was at a disadvantage, but his expression was calm and his eyes were firm and tenacious, without the least bit of fear. This was because that clan had already reached the end of their road. They would soon fall into the abyss of destruction. As for him, he was like a rising sun. A steady stream of heaven and earth destiny was gathering towards him, pouring into his body. On the other hand, the power of the clan's clan chief was being continuously extracted and stripped away. As long as he could withstand the counterattack of the patriarch, he would be able to laugh until the end. The patriarch gradually fell into despair. If he couldn't kill Chinyu, it would be hard for him to escape death. Bang! With a heavy sword strike, Chinyu was forced back once more. The patriarch didn't continue attacking. He turned and fell to his knees, roaring into the heavens. My lord, My clan has fallen into a hopeless situation. I implore you to help and save the fate of my clan." Deep underground, magma boiled. A divine palace stood within. Shwa, the master of the divine palace, opened his eyes. They were narrow and beautiful, as if they reflected the endless galaxy. But now his eyes were icy cold, without the least bit of emotion. The extremely hot, burning magma and the cold, eerie eyes formed a sharp and intense contrast between the two. She stood up. Boom! Magma shot into the sky. The entire earth shook violently. Deep rumbling sounds came from all directions. It was as if the world was about to collapse and shatter. At this moment, the master of the divine palace frowned and looked up. Crack! Crack! Illusory chains appeared in the magma, sealing the divine palace within. "The time has not come." An indifferent voice sounded from within the divine palace. The master of the divine palace frowned even more. But in the end, she stopped and continued to leave. She closed her eyes and sat down again. The rumbling sounds disappeared. The lake of magma hidden deep underground gradually returned to silence. As the patriarch knelt to the ground and roared, Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He was filled with great fear. Bai Feifei's scream suddenly rang out. "Damn it, Qin Yu, you bastard! Just how many more secrets do you have?" At this moment, even though she was a long-lived species, she still felt fear. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said in his heart, "Bai Feifei, I don't know either. What did you feel? Hurry up and tell me." Bai Feifei was furious. "You're dead. You're definitely dead." Because if she was not wrong, that was the aura of a blazing sun. As a long-lived species, she already had the qualifications to come into contact with a blazing sun. But she had never imagined that one day she would actually stand against such an existence. A blazing sun. That was a blazing sun, illuminating the heavens and the earth. With a single thought, it could destroy the world. It was a true, eternal existence that could not be provoked. It was above all things the maker and controller of all rules and order. Bai Feifei regretted walking together with Qin Yu. So what if she had fallen out with Midi in sword prison? Now it was too late, because just now the blazing sun's aura had descended. It must have remembered her. Bai Feifei wanted to cry. That's right, long-lived species could not be killed. This was the recognition of heaven and earth. But not dying did not mean being alive. The blazing sun had 10,000 ways to make her fall into a half-dead, half-alive state. She would have to suffer endless pain and suffering. Qin, you could feel Bai Feifei's fear and despair. It would be a lie to say that he was not affected. He was also panicking. But panicking was definitely of no help. "Shut up!" Qin Yu roared. "No matter what it is, it won't be easy to kill me." He took a deep breath and raised the mountain river sword. "I, Qin Yu, am right here." A roar came from his mouth. At this moment, the slaughter in the demon race's ancestral land had already stopped. Because just now, all of them had clearly felt the terrifying aura emanating from Qin Yu's body. It disappeared in a flash, but it was high above, overlooking all of them. A single thought could decide life and death. The clan leader's eyes widened, filled with excitement and ecstasy. Her Excellency had responded. She had finally responded. Our race can still be saved. But very quickly, this ecstasy was like frost under the blazing sun, quickly melting away. Because Qin Yu was still fine, there was nothing wrong with him. As for the aura that had descended earlier, it had already disappeared. What did this mean? Could it be that Her Excellency had chosen to abandon that race? No, the clan leader roared. Her Excellency, you can't do this. There was no response. His heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. The imperial tutor looked at the clan leader, who was currently in despair, his expression extremely grave. He had long known that the White Jade Capital was connected to the legendary White Jade Capital. And today, in this desperate situation, the lord that the clan leader had summoned was very likely from the white jade capital. That aura just now. The imperial tutor had only sensed a little, but he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The long-lived species. No, even stronger. The imperial tutor's heart was beating violently. He had finally confirmed one thing. The white jade capital was indeed related to the high and mighty blazing sun. His Majesty's patience and judgment were not wrong. The white jade capital must not be touched. Anyone who dared to touch it would be courting death. Qin Yu stood with his sword in hand. His clothes were already soaked in sweat. Not afraid? How could he not be afraid? Bai Fei was a long-lived species. Just a little aura was enough to make her despair and fear. How powerful was that existence? Even a fool would know that to kill Qin Yu, all it would take was a thought or a glance. A blazing sun. It must be a blazing sun. Other than such an existence, Qin Yu could not imagine who else could possess such terrifying power. That race was actually related to the blazing sun. This caused Qin Yu's heart to tremble and feel a deep sense of dread. Although he did not know why that existence that was related to the blazing sun had not truly made a move today. But the descent of the other party's aura was already a declaration. If Qin Yu destroyed that race, he would undoubtedly be declaring himself an enemy. To be enemies with an existence of unknown origin that was clearly related to the blazing sun. Just the thought of this made one tremble in fear. Qin Yu, the clan leader, suddenly roared. You dare to kill me? You dare to destroy that race? Her Excellency will definitely not let you off. He stood up, golden sword in hand. The identity of the spirit of destiny was tacitly granted to my race by Her Excellency. If you dare to take it away, your crime cannot be forgiven. Now, return the identity of the spirit of destiny, and I can plead with Her Excellency to spare your life. Otherwise, even if you run to the ends of the earth, no matter where you flee to, you will die. Your body and soul will be destroyed, and you will never be able to reincarnate. Qin Yu lowered his head and said nothing. Chapter 1777. Moon Fiend suddenly said, Qin Yu, let him go. Right now, her heart was shaken to the extreme. It was because she was Yao Yu, and the great Tao involved the existence of the moon between heaven and earth. Therefore, Yao Yu could clearly feel the aura of the blazing sun. That kind of power, that kind of extinction, made fiendish moon not dare to offend it in the slightest. Once they were remembered by such a great existence, the only outcome would be destruction. Imperial Preceptor said, Sect Master Qin, it's not too late to rein in the horse before it's too late. That clan has the Tongtian mountain behind them. Don't seek your own destruction. Hand over the karmic luck that you control and offer a humble apology to that clan. Perhaps you'll have a chance to live. At this moment, he chose to express his goodwill. That clan actually had the shadow of a blazing sun behind them. Even if it was just a possibility, the Imperial Preceptor could not take the risk, and His Majesty would definitely approve of his decision. Haha, Qin Yu, no matter how many tricks you have, what can you do? The Lord of Dongting laughed. In the end, you still have to bow your head and admit defeat. He stepped forwards and cupped his hands together. Patriarch, starting from today, the saints will make clear our stance. We will stand behind that race and join hands with you to advance and retreat together. The fisherman didn't say anything. He looked at Qin Yu with a look of pity in his eyes. Qin Yu was truly worthy of being an existence chosen by that being. He was actually able to snatch away that race's status as the world's destiny spirit and force it into a desperate situation. Only it was a pity that that clan was just too terrifying, actually having such a backer behind them. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Otherwise, he would definitely die. All eyes turned to Qin Yu. He lowered his head, silent. Suddenly, Qin Xin frowned. Her eyes widened in shock. This was because Qin Yu had expressed his position. He raised his head, looked at the clan leader, and raised the mountain river sword in his hand. So what? This was Qin Yu's answer. So what if it was a blazing sun? Just as he had said before, there was no way he would retreat today. Otherwise, so what if he was greedy for life? Did it look like a dog? Then, what was the point of cultivating with all his might, walking step by step to where he was today, finding the 327, and finally reaching the final step of his path of vengeance? Even ants struggled to live, much less great cultivators who possessed world-shaking cultivation. But living was not just for the sake of living. Endure humiliation in order to survive, compromise, and treat himself as a dog? He didn't want to live like this. He raised his hand and clenched it. Boom! The golden sword erupted with resplendent golden light like a great sun, instantly submerging the clan leader and forcefully suppressing him. His eyes widened and his face filled with anger and disbelief. Qin Yu, you will definitely die. Everyone around, you will be buried with you. The golden light sword was a treasure of heaven and earth. It was wielded by the spirit of fate and was a gift from heaven and earth. From this moment on, it belonged to Qin Yu and was naturally under his control. Stepping forward, Qin Yu's expression was calm. He lifted the mountain and river sword and thrust out. You die first. Puff! The mountain river sword pierced through the golden light and tore the heart of the clan leader. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. Within the golden light, the clan leader was like a shadow that shattered and dissipated. This wasn't true. After Qin Yu became the world's destiny spirit, he had become so powerful that he could casually kill a true sovereign. Instead, it was after that clan status as the world's luck spirit was forcibly stripped away. As the clan leader, he suffered the most intense backlash, and his foundation was already injured. Due to the label of the karmic spirits of heaven and earth, that race had obtained the blessing of the heavens and earth, or in other words, the curse of the heavens and earth. They were undying and nearly eternal, but they had to pay a price for this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. Curse once said, this was the root cause of the clan leader's death today. But no matter what, he was dead. This meant that all the ambitions and sins of that clan over the endless years had turned into bubbles. What awaited them was the end of their fate, elimination. Qin Yu silently sheathed his sword. He took a deep breath and turned around. Go. The fisherman didn't hesitate. He reached out and grabbed the master of the cave. Shua. The two ancient true sovereigns directly fled. The clan leader had been killed and the balance had been broken. If they continued to stay, all that awaited them was death. Qin Yu had even dared to kill that patriarch, much less them. The imperial scholar deeply looked at Qin Yu. He cupped his hands together and said, Sect Master Qin's decisiveness in killing is admirable. He turned and left. Today's situation had been broken. As for the seal within the demon pool, he wasn't interested in it. The karma of heavenly retribution was too great and too terrifying. The great Qin Empire didn't want to be tainted by it at all. As for Qin Yu, he was doomed. It was only a matter of time before he died. There was no chance he would become a hidden threat to the great Qin Empire. Moon Fiend shook his head. Qin Yu, you are too impulsive. The monster race cannot help you in this matter. Qin Yu said, Don't worry. I will bear all the consequences of the people I kill. His expression was calm. But, with things having come this far, Moon Fiend, are you still willing to fulfill the agreement between us? Moon Fiend said, Of course. I am a man of my word. He simply replied. In truth, Moon Fiend was well aware that the secret of the demon pool would inevitably spread out after today. If he continued to keep it, it would only be a source of disaster. He might as well abandon it. That's good. Qin Yu nodded. But right now we are not in a hurry. I would like to rest for a bit. Moon Fiend said, Of course. When we start is up to you. Thank you. Shua. Moon Fiend took a step forwards and vanished from sight. Roar. With a low roar, the gigantic undead sky fiend burrowed deep into the earth with a loud rumble and went to sleep. Blue Deity walked over. Sect Master Qin, please follow me. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for your trouble. An hour later, in a mansion in Heaven Devil City. According to his request, besides Qin Yu, there were no other monsters here. The mountain and river sword appeared. An invisible sword aura spread out, instantly covering the entire mansion. Qin Yu took a deep breath. By Fei, there was no response. Qin Yu was expressionless. Whether you admit it or not, ever since Sword Prison, you and I have become inseparable. Shut up! You shut up! By Fei screamed herself hoarse. Qin Yu sneered. Whether I say it or not, it won't change anything. But by Fei, remember, if something happens to me, you will not be able to escape. Qin Yu! By Fei screamed. You are a jinx. I have lived for so many years, and even when I was punished by the heavens, I did not die. But this time, I will die because of you. Qin Yu said, Isn't it just the aura of a blazing sun? What are you afraid of? Moreover, it wasn't the blazing sun himself that did it. Otherwise, we would already be dead. By Fei quieted down. After several breaths of time, she asked, Qin Yu, just who are you? Back in the Void Realm, when Qin Yu killed Venerable Skypillar, the flesh was still in his body, suppressing by Fei into a deep slumber. Thus, she did not know the secret of the little blue lamp. By Fei was naturally shocked. It had to be known that only those with long lives had the qualifications to know about the existence of blazing suns. The reason the imperial advisor of the Great Qin Empire knew this was because the Great Qin Empire was tyrannical, and it was the true ruler of this world. Thus, he was able to lock onto some clues. Right now, Qin Yu was not even in the Emperor realm. So how could he know about blazing suns? And most importantly, Qin Yu's current tone. When he mentioned blazing suns, there was caution and dread, but not fear. In fact, By Fei could even sense something called calmness in his tone. Crazy! He must be crazy. Qin Yu thought for a moment, then said, Not long before I killed that clan leader, I more or less found out who I am. But this is not important, and it may not be the true answer. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu slowly exhaled, his tone sonorous. What's important is that I don't think I'm dead for sure. So what if you're a blazing sun? By Fei sneered. When I saw you, I finally understood what it means to be ignorant and fearless. No matter where you heard about blazing suns, I'll tell you that even those with long lives can't withstand a single blow from a blazing sun. In fact, the world you live in right now is nothing more than a rock to a blazing sun. It can crush you with a wave of its hand. So what? Qin Yu, out of all the people I've met in all these years, you're the one with the most arrogant tone. Meeting you is really my 8 lifetimes worth of bad luck. Blazing suns are the heavens. They are the rules and order. They stand above all other existences. Qin Yu said, Is that so? Then don't resist. Follow my will and sense it. He lifted his left hand and touched the space between his eyebrows. Bai Fei sneered. Sense. Sense what? Was it a hammer? Qin Yu, that bastard. Even at a time like this, he was still deliberately mystifying things. Could it be that he's scared silly? No, I have to think of a way to cut ties with him as soon as possible. In fact, Bai Fei had already thought it through. Even if she had to give up her hand and let her body fall from its perfect state, she would not allow herself to have anything to do with Qin Yu. Right now, this brat was a calamity that would destroy everything. Whoever dares to be with him will be finished. Before she could finish her thoughts, Bai Fei, who was secretly cursing, suddenly froze. She felt as if she had vaguely sensed something. It was as if, far away, a speck of light had suddenly appeared in the darkness. Subconsciously holding her breath, Bai Fei gathered her thoughts and released all her senses towards the speck of light. Finally, she clearly saw what she had sensed, a great sun. That's right, in the darkness, far away, a great sun was burning fiercely. It existed between heaven and earth, illuminating a part of the world. It represented supreme power. Bai Feifei's consciousness was like a rock, frozen in place. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Feifei's mind rumbled like the roar of the sea, setting off raging waves. Just then, Qin Yu's calm voice sounded beside her ear. Bai Feifei, do you think I have the right to say that now? Swish. Bai Feifei's consciousness instantly returned to normal. Space twisted and a ball of light bloomed. A dazzling Bai Feifei appeared in front of Qin Yu. Her eyes widened and her face was full of shock. You. She could not say a single word, no matter how hard she tried. Qin Yu let go of her and said calmly, "So what if I'm a blazing sun?" Plop! Bai Feifei collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1778. A blazing sun, a new blazing sun. Bai Feifei's lips trembled. She stared at Qin Yu. No, it's not like that. She took a deep breath. You do not control a blazing sun. Otherwise you wouldn't only have your current cultivation. What you control is a fragment of a blazing sun. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. It seems that Bai Feifei, you really do know many things. You even know about the matter of a broken blazing sun. Right now, I indeed cannot be considered an existence that controls a blazing sun. But you must understand that my sect has such a chance. A long-lived species that have been punished by the heavens will not truly die because of the rules. But if you want to complete the fusion and resurrection, that is not a simple matter. There aren't many people that can help you, and I might be one of those few. Qin Yu lowered his head, meeting her eyes. Bai Feifei, help my sect with everything you have. I can guarantee you that once I rise and become one of the blazing suns, I will give you enough in return. Otherwise, in order to keep this a secret, I can only suppress you. Now, make your choice. Bai Feifei struggled within. Without a doubt, this was a grand gamble. If she won, her harvests would be great, but if she lost, she would be beyond redemption. She took a deep breath and looked up. Qin Yu, is Mimi's choice to help you also because of the existence of this blazing sun fragment? Qin Yu said, "What do you think?" Although it was a rhetorical question, in Bai Feifei's eyes, this was the answer. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Mimi would follow at Qin Yu's side. Good. I agree to help you. Bai Feifei said. Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. Because of Mimi's decision? Bai Feifei said, that's right. She stood up. You don't know what sort of existence this Mimi you speak of is. It's true that she is a long-lived species, but she is different from the vast majority of long-lived species in this world. Even the heavens and earth fear her. In short, she chose you, so I am willing to make this gamble. At worst, I will be suppressed by a blazing sun. At most, I will live a more miserable life. Qin Yu glanced at her. Good. Bai Feifei, in the future, you will not regret the decision you made today. Bai Feifei said, I hope so. She straightened her body and solemnly bowed. My lord, from today onwards, this concubine's life and fortune are all in your hands. I only hope that my lord's wish can be fulfilled and that you can truly become an existence that controls the blazing sun and never forget the promise you made to this concubine today. This tone, this form of address, Qin Yu felt a little strange, but he could sense Bai Feifei's sincerity and determination, and knew that she had made up her mind. Qin Yu said, I will never go back on my word. Bai Feifei looked up and winked at him. Your Excellency, words alone are no proof. This concubine hopes that you can give me a sense of security. As she spoke, she licked the corners of her lips and reached out a hand to pull Qin Yu. For instance, having me serve you for several days. My lord, please rest assured that I am very clean and have never been touched by anyone before. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Qin Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a moment ago, he had been solemnly swearing his loyalty. And this is it. Bai Feifei, aren't you changing your tune a little too quickly? Slapping her hand away, Qin Yu took a step back and gritted his teeth. Bai Feifei, be serious. I don't have time to mess around with you right now. Bai Feifei looked aggrieved. This concubine isn't messing around. Everything I said is true. Your Excellency, you must believe me. Can you really try it yourself? Qin Yu glanced at her dazzlingly white body. Then he turned and left. I don't have time to be crazy with you. Bang! He pushed open the door and slammed it shut. Within the room, Bai Feifei's expression changed. She frowned, a thoughtful look on her face. You actually don't understand what it means for a long-lived species to offer themselves on their own initiative. You really are a virgin. Then, at this moment, Bai Feifei's thoughts raced. But in the end, she gently sighed. What Qin Yu had obtained at the beginning was indeed only a fragment of the blazing sun. But now, it had already recovered a great deal. It was nearly on the verge of possessing the rough outline of a blazing sun. Its consciousness had already awakened long ago. The chances of replacing it were minuscule, and if he revealed even the slightest bit of impropriety, there was a chance he would be thoroughly suppressed. It's too late. Bai Feifei lifted a hand and rubbed her face. She muttered, It looks like I really can only choose Qin Yu and walk down this road to the end. I can only hope that after all these years of bad luck, my luck will improve a little. Otherwise, I really will be done for. On the other side, Qin Yu circulated his energy several times before he finally calmed down. His heart raced like thunder, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Bai Feifei, that fox bitch! Her ability to seduce others was truly formidable. Just that tone of voice and that gaze just now was unbearable. You even said that you were very clean. That was definitely a lie. If you hadn't gone through thousands of battles, would you have been able to cultivate to the point of perfection? I just didn't want to try. I wanted to give you some face. Yes, that's what I thought. So I didn't lose face, not at all. After successfully finding a way out of this embarrassing situation, Qin Yu felt that he truly calmed down. Shua! A halo of light appeared on the surface of his left hand. Bai Feifei's giggling voice echoed in his mind. That's right, that's right. Lord Qin, you are the most proper person. You gave me some face and didn't lust for my body at all. Then it settled. Qin Yu stuffily coughed. He stood up and left. Bang! He pushed open the courtyard doors. Blue Deity was outside. She turned and said, Sect Master Qin, have you rested well? Qin Yu said, Take me to see Moon Fiend. Shua! Space flashed and Moon Fiend walked out. There's no need to trouble, Sect Master Qin. I'm here. Qin Yu said, It seems that Moon Fiend wants me to leave as soon as possible. Moon Fiend didn't deny this. Sect Master Qin, I just don't want the monster race to suffer an undeserved calamity. Qin Yu smiled. I can understand. Let's go. Moon Fiend flicked her sleeves, and the group vanished. When they reappeared, they were outside the monster pond. This place had long since been cleaned up. The monster pond was empty, and there was nothing to be seen. Pain flashed in Blue Deity's eyes. She had smoothly reincarnated in the monster pond, and only then was she able to smoothly break through to the sovereign realm. She naturally knew just how important the existence of the monster pond was to the monster race. Moon Fiend glanced at her and patted her shoulder. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. The monster pond is the greatest foundation of the monster race, but it is also a kind of shackle. It causes the great monsters to always have a sliver of hope in their hearts, causing them to lose the will to cut off all means of retreat. Just like that race. Although they seem undying and indestructible, they have never produced a single true sovereign realm powerhouse until they met their end today. Blue Deity nodded. I understand. She looked over. Sect Master Qin, if possible, please do not destroy the outer appearance of the monster pond. I hope that you can preserve it. Qin Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot do that. He ignored Blue Deity's frown. He stepped forwards, and the mountain river sword appeared in his hand. Bang, the sword peak fell. At the same time, a halo of light flashed on the surface of Qin Yu's left hand, instantly fusing into the mountain river sword. Although it seemed ordinary, it caused the might of this sword to reach the limit. Kacha! The entire demon pool was directly split into two. Hu! Strong winds rose between the heavens and earth. Endless, monstrous energy gushed out from the cracks in the monster pond, rushing into the monster race's ancestral land. Rumble, rumble. The roars were caused by the gathering of monstrous energy. It condensed into phantoms of great monsters that emitted mournful howls. At this moment, the entire monster race's ancestral land shook. All the monsters looked towards the depths of the ancestral land with wide eyes, shock on their faces. They didn't know what was happening, but they could feel the pain and sorrow of these great monster phantoms. As for the monster race's half-emperors, they sensed something. Monster Pond! It's been destroyed! How is this possible? With Moon Fiend and Blue Deity here, who could possibly destroy my race's monster pond? With cries of alarm, a group of great monsters shot into the skies, soaring deep into the ancestral land. But before they could approach, they were stopped by a blue light. The phantom of Blue Deity walked out. She swept her eyes over everyone and slowly said, "The monster pond has indeed been destroyed." The complexions of the many great monsters changed. Their pupils shrank, revealing shock, anger, and fear. The monster pond was destroyed. This meant that all monsters in the world would lose their chance to reincarnate. Once they died, they would truly die. Lord Blue Deity, what happened? How could the monster pond be destroyed? Where is Lord Moon Fiend? We want to see Lord Moon Fiend. The crowd of great monsters was filled with excitement. Blue Deity frowned. She lifted a hand and pressed down. Bang, the air exploded. Thus, the great monsters instantly quieted down. They hurriedly bowed their heads, panic-stricken at their actions. This matter was decided by Moon Fiend and myself. There is no need for you to say anything. Go back. Blue energy swept out, sending many great monsters flying away. And on the other side, where the monster pond was, Qin Yu put away the mountain and river sword. He walked to the monster pond and looked down. There was a vortex underground, incomparably dark and slowly spinning. Now, as if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, the vortex suddenly sped up. A swallowing strength erupted from within. Qin Yu turned and glanced at Moon Fiend. She shook her head and said, "I choose to withdraw from this matter. Our previous agreement will also be nullified." Qin Yu said, "All right." Shwa! He leapt up and jumped into the vortex. His figure vanished from sight. Blue Deity said, "Moon Fiend, there must be some great secret on Qin Yu's body." "I know." Moon Fiend narrowed her eyes. "Not long ago, I thought about leaving Qin Yu here, but in the end I gave up on this idea." She took a deep breath. "Before, when that patriarch asked for help, the aura that descended came from an unfathomable realm. It was the aura of a blazing sun. You might not understand, but let me tell you, even a long-lived species cannot withstand a single blow from a blazing sun. That aura can kill. Even if it doesn't do anything, it can still erase everything if it descends." Blue Deity was shocked. Blazing sun, this was the first time she had heard news on this level. Then Qin Yu. That's right, he's alive and well. He's lived until now. Moon Fiend bitterly smiled. So, there must be some secret on Qin Yu's body. It's just that this secret is too great, so great that our monster race cannot swallow it. So I gave up on this idea and only sought to protect myself. Blue Deity was silent. Then he slowly nodded. But in reality, there was another reason that Moon Fiend did not say. That was Bai Feifei. She had long since guessed that Bai Feifei was the one who had said that Qin Yu possessed the remnant body of the long-lived species. And that sword strike just now had confirmed this. As a long-lived species, Bai Feifei could undoubtedly feel the aura of a blazing sun descending. It was impossible for her not to know what that meant. But Bai Feifei had not parted ways with Qin Yu. This was because what had just happened was the best evidence. This showed that Bai Feifei had long since recognized Qin Yu, even if she knew that he had been locked onto by a blazing sun. Or perhaps she had been convinced. But no matter which possibility it was, the result was the same. Qin Yu definitely had a trump card in his hands that could convince the long-lived species that he could survive. As for the level involved, it was simply too terrifying. Moon Fiend didn't know what Qin Yu's trump card was, but she didn't want to know. Greed would kill. So would curiosity. Moon Fiend only wanted to ensure that the monster race could continue on. And this was also the reason why, after Qin Yu had killed the patriarch, she hadn't bothered to conceal anything and had directly expressed her stance. She had cut herself off from Qin Yu, drawing a clear line between them and doing her best to extricate herself from this matter. Otherwise, once she was dragged into it, she would really die. Qin Yu jumped into the vortex beneath the monster pond. After a moment of shaking, he appeared in a world of absolute darkness. The environment here was almost the same as Sword Prison at the base of Swallow Mountain. Rumble, rumble. In the darkness, there was the roar of a flood, shaking the air and emitting a heaven-shaking sound. Shwa, the mountain and river sword appeared. Qin Yu's left hand began to shine. Bai Feifei sneered. A broken seal and you want to suppress me? Keep on dreaming. Bang! The mountain and river sword slashed down. In the darkness, the howling and terrifying strength was instantly cut apart. Qin Yu stepped forwards, plunging deep into the darkness. Bai Feifei, what part of your body is sealed here? My heart, Bai Feifei said, otherwise, why do you think this monster pond of the monster race has the ability to reincarnate a great monster? It is my heart that provides it with strength. As she spoke to hear, she hummed several times. But this is all thanks to Little Meaty. If it weren't for her leaving this monster pond to the monster race, then even if they obtained my heart, the monster race wouldn't have been able to suppress me with their current methods. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. You also know about this? Bai Feifei said, of course. That girl, Yao Yu, told me everything when she was young, including that crush she had, but it never came to an end. I'm very curious. If that girl Moon Fiend knew that the one she liked was a woman, what sort of expression would she have? Qin Yu. So Moon Fiend didn't know that Little Meaty was a woman. It was Little Meaty who had been bored out of her mind and decided to dress up as a man. Hi. It was fortunate that no one knew about this misunderstanding. If he denied it and it spread to Little Meaty's ears, he would definitely be in trouble. Cough, so that's how it is. Bai Feifei suddenly said, My lord, my intuition tells me that you are thinking the wrong thing. Qin Yu shook his head. No, if you deny it so quickly, then you aren't wrong. Bai Feifei chuckled. I didn't think that my lord would have such an open mind. If you have a need, I can actually satisfy you. Qin Yu was stunned. What did these words mean? The mountain and river sword was a beat too slow. After a moment of confusion, it was almost forced back by the suppressive strength in the darkness. He immediately decided that he wouldn't speak another word to Bai Feifei about this topic. No, he wouldn't speak to her about this topic ever again. This woman's methods were too wild. Chapter 1779. Bai Feifei teased him a few more times, but Qin Yu remained silent. She didn't dare go overboard, and merely grunted a few times before shutting her mouth. In reality, however, she felt more at ease. The details revealed a person's character, even if Qin Yu didn't act like a man. Such restraint and self-discipline were a sign of character. At least, based on Bai Feifei's experience, such people were generally very trustworthy. Qin Yu had no idea that he'd been angered to the point where he'd been forced to endure it. Otherwise, he would have laughed in exasperation. But right now, he wasn't in the mood to waste words with Bai Feifei. The seal beneath the demonic pool was different from the one in Sword Prison. Without Meaty, He couldn't look down on everyone like he did before. This made Qin Yu somewhat understand what Bai Feifei meant. Meat Meaty was different. It seemed that there were differences between longevity species, and Little Meaty was undoubtedly one of the strongest, perhaps even the strongest. In the pitch-black darkness, the power of the seal vibrated like an undercurrent, surging in from all directions without end. As Qin Yu continued deeper into the seal, and neared Bai Feifei's sealed heart, the power of the seal grew stronger and stronger. The fact that it could suppress Bai Feifei's heart was enough to show how powerful the seal was. Therefore, Qin Yu had to be on full alert. He didn't want to lose himself before he could get his hands on the heart. How much further? Qin Yu asked in a low voice as he swung his sword again. Almost there, almost there. Qin Yu frowned. Can't you say something else? I've heard that answer 8 times already. Bai Feifei pouted. My lord, you're the one asking too often. I can't do anything about it, but this time we're really almost there. Put in a little more effort, and we'll be able to make it through very soon. Qin Yu's expression suddenly changed. Rumble, a low rumble came from all directions. Hum! The mountain and river sword hummed as Qin Yu raised his hand. This time, however, he didn't slash down. Sword aura surged out, instantly surrounding him and forming a small world. This was what the heaven-splitting sword sect was most proficient at, forming a world with a sword. Its killing power was astonishing, and so was its defense. The heaven-splitting sword sect was able to construct a minor world with sword cultivators below the Emperor realm. Moreover, Qin Yu had borrowed a half-emperor. Furthermore, the sword in his hand was the Mountain River Sword, a celestial sword that could rank among the best in the world. Bang! An earth-shattering boom instantly rang out from all directions. Countless sword breaths shattered and were annihilated. Qin Yu paused and stuffily coughed. But soon, new sword aura surged out, replenishing the damage and maintaining the small world's integrity. Bai Feifei, you'd better be right. He clenched his teeth and roared, stepping forwards. This. Bai Feifei stammered. My lord, you don't have to work so hard by yourself. As long as you use the slightest bit of the power of the blazing sun that is the size of a finger, it will be enough to suppress everything. Qin Yu was expressionless. Shut up. Do you think that they will just stand by and watch a new sun appear? Bai Feifei, tell me the truth. How far is it? Bai Feifei whispered, there's still a long way to go. Qin Yu took a deep breath and smiled wryly inwardly. As expected, even a woman's mouth was full of lies. He couldn't trust her at all. What should he do? He had to hold on. Bai Feifei was Qin Yu's most important support. When Meaty wasn't here, she could provide additional support. He could only go all out. Rumble. Loud booms continued to resound in his mind. Qin Yu was like a small boat in a raging sea. He could be destroyed at any moment. Step by step, his face gradually paled and his footsteps slowed. At first, Bai Feifei said a few words to cheer Qin Yu on, but after that she fell into silence. Blood began to flow from his mouth and nose, then from the corners of his eyes and ears. The blood dripped onto the mountain river sword in his hand and gradually dyed the blade red. Hum! A tremor suddenly spread out from the mountain river sword. Qin Yu suddenly felt the pressure on his body greatly decrease, because after absorbing Qin Yu's blood, the mountain river sword released another power, and the aura of this force was meaty. Qin Yu smiled, warmth in his eyes. So this woman had a backup plan. She really was extraordinary. Shwa! Qin Yu sped up. He had to cherish the time Meaty had bought. Rumble! The loud booms around him were even more astonishing. The impact of the sealing power reached its peak, but it had no way of harming Qin Yu. Finally, with a paw sound, all the power of the seal disappeared at this moment. The darkness receded like a tide. Light appeared in front of Qin Yu. He could clearly see a heart floating in the air. Thump, thump, it was still contracting and beating. Shua! Bai Feifei's figure appeared in front of Qin Yu. She glanced at the mountain river sword and said, "My lord, leave the rest to me." Her foot, she took a step and appeared in front of the heart. She lifted a hand and grasped, but things did not go as smoothly as expected. The heart trembled. It released a mass of blood energy, isolating itself within it. It had rejected Bai Feifei. This was the terror of the heavenly retribution. It could tear apart the long-lived species and disperse their bodies to suppress them. During this process, if they were suppressed for too long, there was a chance that the fragments of their bodies would develop their own consciousness. It was because of this that it was extremely difficult for long-lived species to fuse back together after being punished by the heavenly retribution and return to a complete body. Clearly, this was the case with Bai Feifei's heart. Shua, another Bai Feifei, appeared. She was also dazzlingly white, but her clothes were a bright red. She knelt before Qin Yu and respectfully bowed. Bai Feifei greets the future blazing sun. Although the fragments of long-lived species had developed their own consciousness, they were ultimately of the same origin. Once they approached each other, they could share their memories. Moreover, they could not help but have thoughts of devouring and fusing with each other. If not for Qin Yu, the blood-clothed Bai Feifei would have already attacked Bai Feifei. Qin Yu frowned. He fell silent. The blood-clothed Bai Feifei continued. She and I are the same person. No matter who survives in the end, they will still fulfill their promise and continue to help you and be loyal to you. Your Excellency need not doubt this. Bai Feifei was expressionless. She's right. The blood-clothed Bai Feifei smiled. So, Your Excellency, please step aside and wait for a moment. Victory and defeat will soon be decided. Qin Yu hesitated. He glanced at Bai Feifei and took a step back. Let's begin. All right. The two Bai Feifeis had clearly anticipated this scene from the start. Without the slightest hesitation, their expressions were calm. They glanced at each other and attacked at the same time. Shua, shua. The two Bai Feifei turned into white light and red light, respectively. They collided and fused together, red and white intertwined, madly devouring and killing each other, each wanting to completely fuse with the other. At first, the red light had the upper hand, but slowly it began to show signs of weakness. On the other hand, the suppressed white light began to launch a massive counterattack. Bit by bit, it finally gained the absolute upper hand. The red light was completely devoured. Qin Yu's heart relaxed. Although the two Bai Feifei's words were the same, this proved that they were trustworthy. But Qin Yu was more familiar with Bai Feifei. He hoped that she could win. After devouring the red light, the white light grew in size. After a brief tumble, it burst open and Bai Feifei walked out. Her entire person, compared to before, had a more lively feeling. Her every movement was more and more enchanting, seductive and soul-stealing. At this moment, she bowed respectfully. Your Excellency, I survived. Are you happy? Qin Yu, it really was Bai Feifei. He frowned. Since you've won, you should hurry and take back your heart. A long night is fraught with dreams. Bai Feifei stood up. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency, but I've already taken back my heart. She lifted a hand, grasping the front of her clothes and gently pulling outwards. Exposed spring sunshine, but she didn't care. Instead, she puffed out her chest. Listen, it's beating. Qin Yu didn't need to listen. With a glance, he could clearly see the deep, snow-white ravine trembling and beating. The heart was really back. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Yu coughed and turned to leave. Then let's leave. This crazy woman. Ha 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 ha. Bai Feifei's laughter rang out behind him. Your Excellency, you're so cute. Shua. Her figure flashed, and she appeared at Qin Yu's side. She said in a low voice, In truth, I lied to you before. I only had one hand, and although it seemed very real to me, it was only a condensed shadow. There was no way for me to serve you. But it's different now. After taking back my heart, it's like I've been injected with flesh and blood. I'm basically a living woman now. Your Excellency, are you really not moved at all? I'm serious, and I'm absolutely willing. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves, his face full of anger. By Fei, don't go crazy again or I'll really get angry. This woman was really too much. If you want to talk, just talk. Why did you have to blow in my ear? If you want to blow, just blow. How could you do that? It was so provocative. His entire body was instantly filled with anger. How hateful. Your Excellency, you can't do that. The blazing suns of this world, which one, forget it. You'll know in the future. Since Your Excellency doesn't like me, then I'm sorry. I've been shamelessly offering myself to you. But Your Excellency, your concubine's embrace is always open to you. If you change your mind, you don't need to say anything. Just give me a look. Shua by Fei vanished. Qin Yu stopped. He rubbed his face and let out a long sigh, his heart full of sorrow. This woman was really too much. At this time, Qin Yu did not know that Bai Fei was also very disappointed, because before, she might have been testing him, seducing him. But this time, she was serious. Bai Fei could see that Midi was serious and attentive. She had really poured everything she had into Qin Yu. This was the key to Bai Fei's change of mind. This was because what she had said to Qin Yu about the difference between meat and meat was in fact only a very small part of it. Meaty was a long-lived species, but she was not simply a long-lived species. It wasn't just because Meaty had incredible strength, but because her rank was very high, inconceivably high. At the very least, Bai Fei, who was also a long-lived species, felt absolute suppression when facing her. Meaty was willing to bet so much on Qin Yu. Why couldn't she gamble? How many long-lived species of heavenly punishment could truly be resurrected? And even if she succeeded in inviting the heavens, Bai Fei could not guarantee that she would be the one to survive. But if she had Qin Yu's help, everything would be possible. Unfortunately, Qin Yu was actually able to resist the urge to transform into a wolf for her. Was he still a man? Bai Fei was distressed, but fortunately she still had time. She had to find a way to conquer Qin Yu as soon as possible. If you wanted a man to be good to you, to be willing to do anything for you, the best and most effective way was to become his woman? Obviously, outside the monster pool, Moon Fiend suddenly said he succeeded. As Moon Fiend, her light illuminated the monster race's ancestral land. Although she had not entered the seal, she could vaguely sense some changes. She was not surprised by this result. On the contrary, if Qin Yu failed, Moon Fiend would feel that there was a problem with her judgment. Azure Deity looked at the black vortex beneath the monster pool. At this moment, it suddenly stopped spinning. Then, like a bubble, it burst and disappeared. Rumble, rumble. In the skies above the monster race's ancestral land, there was a sudden roar of thunder. Blood surged out, dyeing the sky red. A terrifying aura fell from it, descending upon the monster race's ancestral land. All the monster race members trembled in fear. Even Moon Fiend and Azure Deity, the two great true emperors, could not help but frown, worry in their eyes. Heavenly punishment by Fei had been suppressed by the will of the world. Qin Yu's act of saving her was naturally a defiance, and there was a price to pay for defying the will of the world. And now, the blood that had appeared in the sky was exactly this. But in the end, for some unknown reason, no heavenly punishment descended from the sky that was dyed red. It tumbled for a moment, then slowly dissipated. But neither Moon Fiend nor Azure Deity looked relaxed. Instead, they became even more solemn, because heavenly punishment would not disappear. Since it had appeared, it would definitely descend. It was only a matter of time. Comparatively speaking, the earlier the heavenly punishment descended, the better. For instance, after the scene before them disappeared, it didn't truly disappear. Rather, it was more like an accumulation. And on a certain day, when it erupted at the same time, the might of the heavenly punishment would reach an inconceivable degree. It could be said to destroy the heavens and earth. Moon Fiend said, I didn't think that this Qin Yu would cause so many disasters. All sorts of terrifying troubles surround him. She pointed a finger at the skies. This is more than enough for him to pass. Azure Deity nodded. But before he could speak, space flashed and Qin Yu walked out. Moon Fiend, although what you say is correct, I don't like it. When he looked up, he just happened to see the last bit of blood vanish. Even the heavens wanted to join in on the fun. Moon Fiend had a calm expression. I am merely stating the facts. Qin Yu, you really must be careful. It is extremely difficult for a sword cultivator like you to appear in this world. Don't die so easily. Qin Yu said, don't worry. There are many people who want to kill me, but no matter who they are, they will all die in the end. His eyes fell on Azure Deity's face. Before, Azure Deity asked me if I could keep the monster pond intact. Now I have a transaction. No need. Moon Fiend directly refused. Qin Yu, the transaction between us has already been completed. If there is nothing else, please leave now. Qin Yu arched an eyebrow. I haven't finished speaking yet. Since you refused the transaction, can we change the method? He lifted a hand and pointed. Take away the shattered monster pond. Moon Fiend frowned. Before she could speak, Qin Yu said, This thing wasn't yours to begin with, and I have some friendship with its master. Moon Fiend looked at him deeply. All right. Thank you. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and put away the fragments of the monster pond. Then he turned and stepped away. Shwa! His figure vanished from sight. Direct and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Azure Deity said, Moon Fiend, what does he want the monster pond for? Moon Fiend hesitated for a moment. She said, I don't know either, but my intuition tells me that I shouldn't refuse him. After all, who can truly predict what will happen in the future? Perhaps this is another opportunity for the monster race. Azure Deity knew that there was a deeper meaning in Moon Fiend's words. She was hiding something, but Azure Deity didn't continue asking. She chose to believe in Moon Fiend. What do we do next? Moon Fiend said, Announce to the outside world that the heaven-splitting sword sex Qin Yu has intruded into the monster race's ancestral land and destroyed my race's monster pond. From this day forth, he is a great enemy of the monster race.